Morning, Ivan. Morning, Tom. Tomek here. Hope you guys are well this morning.
Hi, morning, Tomek. Hi,
How are
morning,
you?
Tom. I'm good.
Yeah, good. You're always good, man. You're like every day you're just ramping up. I don't know how you do it. Honestly, it's good.
You just do it. You don't think.
You just go, "Yeah, that's it. Just I need a leaf out of your book. I tell you. I was saying to Debbie, I was like, he's either going in crazy or he's just getting better and better every day. Love it. That's good. Good to hear.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes you just gotta do it. Don't think so much about it.
Yeah, I think that's the best way.
Yeah.
That really is the best. That's cool. Now, how did you guys go yesterday? Everything okay? Relatively smooth? Any tech issues?
The tech issues is always common.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's always
Uh,
common.
Anything?
Yeah, some of the stuff that it's the same stuff like some of them were doing the lab and it's really slow in Azure, so there a lot of them are waiting and waiting and waiting, so some of them resorted to use their own local PC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I did see a few messages on the chat, and I was wondering. It seemed it's more common than not. If I find seems to come up
Mm.
often. Okay.
It could be because of we're accessing Azure using the virtual machine from the lab, and from where the virtual machine is actually accessing the Azure could have some issues.
Yeah. 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 Okay.
Yeah.
And today you're going to be doing the same though.
But the best way is actually for them to use the virtual machine, because if they have any problems, I could actually jump in to help them.
Right.
But sometimes that could be the problem if the area where the virtual machine is accessing Azure is having issues, then that's really beyond our control.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Oh well, let's fingers crossed it goes okay.
Oh yeah.
Here we got a Kang. Good morning, everyone. A few people joining. It's good. Good to see.
Good morning.
Lovely. Well, Ivan and Tom and Kang, I'll leave you guys to it, and then obviously, if anything you need anything, give me a shout throughout the day.
Yeah, sure.
Speak to you later.
Yep. Take care. Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hi.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so I see that Sham, you had able to disable the pop-up blocker, and it worked. So it came from the pop-up blocker.
That's right, yeah, but I had to restart the browser, which meant I had to kind of reinitiate the prerequisite session again, but all good.
Right, great.
And I noticed the VMs run pretty slow.
Yep. I realized that too as well. Yes. I thought it was actually my connection, but when I came to know from you guys, you had the same problems too. So yeah, it could be on the other side. So I checked with yesterday night. I checked with the guys from the lab provider. So I'm still yet to actually receive a response from them.
Oh, okay. So it's not the sizing of the VM or the connections. Okay.
Yeah, I also had a really funny issue where when I tried to go to the GitHub page, it actually thought that I was trying to DOSing it or something like that. So it said, we're detecting some weird behavior, so you're blocked from accessing it for 1 hour. So I had to use my own browser to get to it. Yeah.
Sometimes it's just overly secure, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess these VMs are all running from the same, IP address range, and sort of detecting so many hits from a single IP address range to that endpoint. They thought, oh, we're trying to do something funny.
All right, so let's see how many guys are in already. Okay. So most of you guys are in already. So for those who just came in, so welcome, good morning. Okay, so for today, we're going to start the class with Module 4, which is Design, Authentication, and Authorization. So we look into some of the, how do we actually deal with authentication and authorization? We have various ways on authenticating users, especially if they're being there's a hybrid environment. Okay, and then we'll look for, first of all, we'll look into some tips and tips for identity and access management. Then we recommend a solution for multi-factor authentication. So how we're going to play around with the MFA. Then 5 steps of securing identity infrastructure. All right, so what are the 5 steps that is best to be used? Well, it's not necessary that we have to follow exactly, because again, these are just the what do you call this? The recommended solution. Again, it could be right, it could be wrong for your environment. So it comes down to whether it's suitable for your environment. Then we recommend a solution for single sign-on, solution for hybrid identity, solution for B2B integration, which usually would deal with federation services. And then we'll recommend a hierarchical structure for management groups. When would you use that? Subscriptions and resource groups. Yeah, how do we deal with a little bit of management of resources over here? All right, then after that, we'll break out for the lab. All right, so for this chapter, we actually have a lab to deal with, which is managing Azure AD authentication and authorization. All right, so let's look into the tips for identity and access management. So this is more like the security fundamentals. All right, so it's more like, have you actually done this? Okay, or why we need to do this and things like that. So for example, some of the tips. All right, so we look into single enterprise directory. Okay, so why should we actually have a single enterprise directory in that case? Okay, especially if you look into the cloud, it's going to be a flat structure. So probably in a you have an on-prem environment, for example, you might actually have a very complex Active Directory environment, probably a very complex forest. But when you move over to the cloud, it's going to be a flat directory. just one directory. There's no child domain. There's no trust relationship. Oh, is there a question from Candle?
Yeah, we're not
yeah.
seeing your screen. Are you sharing the screen?
I can see it.
Okay, I can't see it.
Anyone else can see the screen?
No, we can see it.
Okay.
I can see it.
All right.
Okay, I'll log back in. All right, thanks.
Okay. All right, then we'll synchronize identity systems. Okay, so we're going to synchronize identity systems over here. And again, we try to actually use a single identity system over here instead of having multiple identity systems. All right, then we use cloud provided identity sources, okay, for third parties. And we'll look into that. What is that all about? Okay, passwordless or modern authentication rather than using password. Password is more like a legacy, but it seems like a lot of environment are still with password environment, okay, which is still very, very common in many environment over here. Or if we have like, we still have like password environment, password authentication, we will use it together with multi-factor authentication. All right, then block legacy authentication. Yeah, if we could, we block again, like if we could try to use modern authentication. All right, so passwordless is the way to go in many places. All right, but again, like I said, it really comes down to situation. In certain situation, we have to use password, or like for example, for instance, you're logging into your lab right now, you know, so because everyone is like, you know, if you want to use the password environment, then you know you have to use something which is something that you have, probably a biometrics and things like that. You got to have that scan beforehand, or you know something that that you own. That really is unique to you, for example, okay, or some token devices, you know, so probably that wouldn't be so suitable, right? Because you're in an environment where, you know, everyone is coming from different places and, you know, from different kind of environment at all. So certain environment, we still have to use password, you know, in certain cases. Now, don't synchronize on-premise admin accounts, all right? So that is essential. We try not to use, we don't synchronize admin accounts from on-prem into the cloud. All right, we use modern password protection offerings. We'll see conditional access and stuff like that, and cross-platform credential management. All right, okay. Ooh, sorry, my screen is flickering. All right, so single enterprise identity. All right, so it's trying to centralize identity management. All right, so this is to establish a single enterprise directory for managing identities, especially for full-time employees and enterprise resources. So a single authoritative source for identity increases clarity and consistency for all roles in the IT and security environment. Yeah, so when we actually have, let's say, which means that if, for example, we're coming from the on-prem environment, yeah, you have your Active Directory. So why do we want to centralize? Yeah, we want to centralize all usernames and password, right, into your domain controller, right, into Active Directory, rather than have all them being distributed in different kind of environments. So we can single-handedly manage, or we can actually manage them in a central environment. When we actually define roles and stuff like that, when we define roles, when we define permissions, we know exactly who are the users, okay, well, which are the accounts that are being given those roles. They are not, say, for example, we have a Tom in this company, for example, all right? So if it's going to be in work group and this user named Tom is actually using this machine, and Tom is actually using another machine, and there's another password and username for Tom in different machines. So how many Toms are you going to manage? Right? And when you're trying to actually define a role for the user, or probably a permission setting or some privilege access, for example, you know, how many times are you going to do it? All right, or is this going to be some sort of confusion? Which one is going to be correct? Yeah, so if you have a single enterprise directory, regardless it's going to be on-prem or in the cloud, okay, that makes it a little bit more, gives it a bit more clarity. All right, so when it comes down to, say, for example, you know, when you have your on-prem and your cloud environment, okay, so decide where is the authentication is going to happen. Is it going to be on-prem or is it going to be in the cloud? Yeah, if on-prem works for you, okay, fine. Okay, so we're going to have all the authentication done on-prem, even if you have users on the cloud. All right, have the on-prem. Right, if it's going to be in the cloud, so have all this going to be authenticated in the cloud. All right, so try to have as much as possible a single authoritative source, okay, so that it doesn't confuse people. All right, at least inside your IT team itself, who are dealing with the IT environment, you guys are dealing with all the users and accounts and privileges and permissions and stuff like that. You guys will get confused yourself. All right. Okay. Then yeah. So same goes if you're using the Office 365. All right, so if some environments where you're just using the Office 365 environment or Microsoft 365 environment, all right, as you notice that Office 365 or Microsoft 365, they actually use Azure AD, okay, to do the authentication and authorization. All right, so that applies the same concept there as well. Okay, so if you're gonna hybrid with your on-prem, okay, so make sure that you synchronize them. Okay, so we block legacy authentication. All right, so this is another best practice is that, well, it says to block legacy authentication. Well, we're gonna because of hackers exploit weaknesses in older protocols every day, right? So they particularly for password spray attacks, right? So we configure conditional access to block all these protocols. Yeah, for example, like this morning, Kang was actually mentioning that having issues trying to access the GitHub, because probably there are a lot of all of us accessing GitHub using all these virtual machines, from the same site, and it detected that, oh, why is there such so many users accessing GitHub at the same time, coming from the same address range. Okay, so they have probably configured some conditional access and looking to, oh, with this account, but you guys are coming from like different kind of areas. It seems to be like an attack or some sort of like a intrusion or something like that. So it's just going to verify, are you the correct person? All right, so this is how conditional access actually works, okay? But sometimes it could be overly sensitive, or probably from the end user, like we're using it, we are users for that kind of situation, for that kind of services. Sometimes it might be a little bit frustrating, right? And but it really comes down to how you actually configure this. So it comes down to Security Rule 101, okay? Or yeah, Security Rule 101. It basically says that if you want to deploy security, all right, you want to deploy some sort of security configuration or some sort of security implementation, we're just gonna deal with balancing that security. We can't actually have security at the same time convenience, right? Yeah. So how much you want to do it, whatever you want to do it, is I say it's either one end is going to be convenience, the other end is going to be secure. All right. If you pull the balance towards the secured portion, then you're gonna give up a little bit onto the convenience. But if you want to have a lot of convenience, then you're going to give up some secured configuration or implementation. So you're going to play that balance somewhere. All right. Yeah. So especially for legacy, in this case, the password-centric environment, everything is just password-based, and there's no other ways to actually authenticate the user or verify the user. Okay, sometimes in that kind of situation, especially for critical systems, okay, that could be quite risky, right? So, because we look into those just entirely password-based environment, as long as anyone actually has a username and password, it doesn't really verify are you the actual person that is actually accessing the system. All right, as long as you have the username and password which is correct, you're in. Okay, so that's why nowadays additional stuff's actually being put in, like MFA together with conditional access and stuff. Your high-level passwords or your very what do you call it? The essential roles, for example, like administrative roles. They use JIT. All right, going through the PIM configuration. All right, so we use that. Okay, so ensure to reduce the surface attack over here. Okay. So don't synchronize on-premise admin accounts to cloud identity providers. All right, don't do that. Okay, we don't do that at all. Yeah, reason being is that so you actually have your Active Directory. What are the administrators that you have in Active Directory? You have the domain administrators, you have the enterprise administrators. For example. Okay, so if you, especially the enterprise administrators, and if you have like say very complex forest environment, right? You have a lot of domains, child domains and whatnot. Okay, you have some trusted domain somewhere and trusted forests and whatever. And if you synchronize the enterprise administrator into the cloud, now not to say that in the cloud it's unsafe. You know, if it's unsafe in the cloud, I don't think it's going to be operating at all. It's not allowed to be operating. Azure couldn't be operating at all. But the thing is that, well, we try not to do that. Okay, just in case, just for whatever reason, for whatever reason that enterprise administrator account has been leaked out. And imagine that guy, that guy actually has an enterprise administrator account, and he's actually using that credential to access the entire forest. All right, that's crazy, right? So you can imagine the magnitude of that severity, that problem with that. Okay, so we don't actually synchronize those kind of high privileges into from existing Active Directory into the cloud. All right, so what do we synchronize? So we synchronize just the normal users, all right, and just normal users, your groups. All right, you do that. Okay, but anything else which is just for the domain environment, for the administrators for domain environment, no, we don't do that. We don't synchronize that. Well, the question is that what about delegated administrators? All right, because the word delegated administrators over here, they are basically just normal users. All right, so if you actually have on-prem, you have, let's say, an OU, and you want to assign, even delegate one of the users in that OU to manage certain tasks in the OU. All right, sounds very much like our back right now, doesn't it? All right, so let's say I have the sales team, okay, and you have a sales team head of department, things like that. So you have a new user in sales team. You want to create a new user, so you don't want to have you to create a new user all the time, because the turnover is like very often in the sales environment. Okay, so you want to assign the head of department to actually allow him to create users and also probably to reset passwords, or probably to create groups and things like that for his team in the sales. So you delegate that task to that guy, okay, and that's fine. Okay, you can still synchronize that person, okay, that particular account. All right, but over here, the actual administrators, all right, administrators themselves, we try not to, or in fact, we don't. Okay, use modern password protection offerings, right? So things like, which means that if you try to go passwordless, okay, so because we will be logging in with something that is just unique to us, okay, but again, like I said, it comes down into the situation. All right, in certain cases we still have to use password. All right, so basically passwordless is what they call modernless. Okay, modern password authentication. All right, so cross-platform credential management. Okay, so if, let's say, for example, you have in this environment, you have Linux, Windows, we have probably some users using Mac OS, or any other sort of operating system. Okay, it could include, let's say, for example, like your mobile devices. All right, so think about where are you going to centralize your identity provider. Okay, especially if you have, let's say, I have Linux users. Okay, they're Linux users, they're Macintosh users, or in fact, like Android users and stuff like that. So, what kind of services are you providing, okay, to your users to use? All right, what kind of services are you providing to them? So we have Azure over here, and we are, let's say, we want to have the users to use the applications that we have hosted in Azure. Okay, so how are we gonna get the users to get authenticated when they want to use the application? So in that case, okay, let's use OpenID and OAuth, for example. Okay, and the identities are all going to be in the cloud, in this case Azure. All right, use Azure to do the authentication, because how am I supposed to authenticate users who are using Android to your on-prem environment? Okay, it's not to say we can't, but it's going to be a little bit tedious. Okay, so you're going to host an app there, or probably going to use the password authentication and stuff like that. But what about the users who are really accessing it? Okay, using that sort of platform. So might as well like just put it into the cloud. They could be like accessing from different areas. They're probably not in the domain at all. All right, and well, in the cloud it's always available. All right, so why not just put it in the cloud? For example, it could be some other places as well. So if you have an environment like for example, you have like users from other cloud providers, like AWS, GCP, Ali Cloud. So you have different kind of cloud environment. And again, if you want to choose one identity provider, because you might actually have applications from all over the places. Okay, so you want to choose one identity provider in order to do your authentication, your verification and authentication. All right. So this is to avoid things like password policies issues. Password cannot be resetted, or resetted it doesn't synchronize and things like that. All right. So you just want to synchronize things. All right. So so let's recommend a solution for multi-factor authentication. So authentication versus authorization. So come back to a little bit of the basics. What is authentication? What is authorization, right? So authentication is to verify the user. Okay, you put in a username and password to make sure that you are the correct person, all right? And authorization, what sort of privileges given to you? What sort of permissions given to you? All right, so that's authorization. Okay, so in this authentication, okay, so what kind of authentication methods do we have if we want to put it into the cloud? All right, so we actually have this OpenID Connect. All right, you have your SAML. All right, so you have things like that. Okay, and so you have these two over here. All right, so OpenID Connect actually usually we use OpenID Connect, okay, together with OAuth. Okay, but could we actually use OAuth with SAML as well? Now let's see. OpenID with OAuth, that's pretty typical, okay, because usually they go hand in hand, right? So we get authenticated using the OpenID, all right? It's used for authentication itself. So it's OAuth, after you get authenticated, then it transfers over to OAuth to give you the authorization, all right? So it gives you a token. The token allows you to actually access things, you access your application and stuff like that. So when we look into this, where is actually OAuth and OpenID being used? Now, have a look into, say, for example, I'm using my application, all right? I'm using the mobile app or things like that. So if you recall when you actually use a mobile app or when you downloaded some sort of application into your mobile device, what comes next? So you download, of course, you gotta authenticate yourself. So if you're using iOS, for example, right? Your iPhone. So you download something from an app store, okay, and then it requires to authenticate, probably using your fingerprint access and stuff like that. Say, oh, are you the correct person, okay, to allow to install this? All right, so you got that done, or probably you still go through the password method, right? That's the legacy method. So you're going to put in your PIN number or something like that, and it allows that application to be installed. Now, after that, let's look into after that. So after the application has been installed, cool, it's in. The next thing is going to ask you, do you allow this application to access your contacts? Do you allow this application to access your camera? Do you allow these applications to access this and that and this and that? So there's a series of questions depending on how the app is actually being built. It's asking you, do you allow that permission to go through? So basically, when you put on yes, I accept, yes, I allow for all the questions that is coming through, you're basically giving the permission, you're authorizing the app to access those resources in your mobile device. Okay, so you're giving that the authority for that mobile device, but that application could only access that particular resource and can't access anything else. Okay, so let's say you give the authorization to the app to access your webcam, your camera, for example. Okay, so it only has authorization to access your camera. It doesn't access your microphone. It doesn't access your anything else. Okay, it doesn't access your Wi-Fi or it doesn't access your whatever things you have. So it's just a camera. That's all you give that application to access. Okay, so that is actually OAuth. Okay, that's part of OAuth. You're providing just the access as it needs. Okay, those that you say no, you're not allowed, or you want to do it after, you want to configure it after. Yeah, so that's what OAuth is all about. Okay, so that is where we use. Typically we use this OAuth and OpenID on applications like this. Then we have the OAuth with SAML. Okay, so SAML. So SAML is more of the authentication of just like what do you call this password hash synchronization. It's very similar, okay, but federation services, for example, yeah. Okay, for example, like your Federation services. Yeah, so we are using SAML. Okay, so can we use SAML SAML with OAuth? Yeah, we can do that too. It's just that, well, probably it's not that common, but yeah, that's totally possible because OAuth is just authorization, SAML is just authentication. And authentication, like, you know, if I'm using my Federation services, all right, so the token all has been provided to the application, all right, that's the identity provider, that's the service provider, in this case, the resource provider. All right, so the resource provider is giving the providing application to the user to use. So the identity provider will provide all the information about the users, the tokens, the user IDs and stuff like that, and put it with the resource provider. Okay, so when the user is trying to access the resource, the information is already there. It's just got to ensure that this is the correct user and have access. Boom. All right. So that's how SAML really works. Okay, so in many cases, SAML is just like using your normal authentication, right? Just like your Kerberos, but it's just that the back-end configuration is kind of different. All right, so we're using SAML for that. Yeah, and it can use together with the OAuth. All right, it is able to use together with OAuth in that case. All right, so when we want to compare, okay, I'm going to compare, let's say, for example, like OpenID Connect with SAML, okay, then in that case, we've got to choose which one we're going to use because both are authentication environments, okay, which one we prefer to use. So OpenID, like I said at the start, is used normally for your applications, okay, applications, accessing applications, applications accessing your resources, we use OpenID. All right, SAML, yeah, it's just like logging in as per normal, okay, just like your Active Directory environment. All right, so especially if you have Federation services, yeah, we use SAML. All right, so then in that case, we're going to choose either one. Okay, so reasons for multi-factor authentication. Why do you want to have multi-factor authentication? You know, well, in my experience, yeah, sometimes I've actually received some feedback from customers saying that, it's so troublesome. I said, why? So I said, why is it troublesome? Well, sometimes we have to, like, you know, look from the point of the users who are actually using it, all right, the end users in that case, all right. So, oh, I've already got authenticated myself. It's me. I'm trying to access my Apple feed. I'm trying to access my resource, you know, but I'm being asked for this. I'm being asked for that, you know. So it's like, so it's troublesome. Sometimes, you know, especially when you're rushing in to really get some information, but once you have, let's say, password is still being used, password is entered, and then you have to wait for the token to come in. And yeah, things like, you know, sometimes token got stuck, you know, you'd be waiting and waiting, token never came, right? The experience to share with you guys, for example, like when I do some online transactions or from online banking stuff, you know, probably to check how much money do I still have left in the bank account. So in all our banking systems in Malaysia, we use this the OTP, right, one-time password, which is sent by the bank server. You know, sometimes it's for certain banks, you know, we are kind of rushing, you know, so come on, get it done, you know, and especially when nowadays you pay for stuff, you go to the shop to buy groceries and things like that. They take an e-wallet, you know, they don't take in cash too much, all right. So to, you know, reduce this kind of physical contact, and oh gosh, my e-wallet is not enough of money there, you know, so I've got to top it up, you know. So you got to go through the bank. All right, so when it goes through the bank, you know, it has to send you a token to verify who you are and things like that. So come on, top up token, come on, it's waiting, the cashier, everyone is waiting. But it never came, you know, it just came a bit too late, you know. So you just gotta give up your space, let people to go through, and then just wait for the token, or, you know, you're just gonna find other means to actually pay for your stuff. You know, sometimes that's a little bit frustrating over that. But again, you know, it's never foolproof. You can't please everyone. You know, you want to have some security, but you want to have convenience as well. So you got to give up some parts about that. All right. So yeah, that's some of the experience you get from multi-factor authentication, but that's kind of normal. All right. So you just got to accept it. All right. But the thing is that there's more good than bad. All right. So first of all, complexity rules. If you're using passwords, you can actually set some conditions over there. Okay, so expiration rules is set from there as well. SSPR. This is just fantastic. I love to have SSPR, especially you allow users to just reset your own password. Okay, so you don't have to trouble the poor IT guy at the back. Hey, Ivan, can you please wake up to please reset my password? All right. Okay, so then we have the identity protection. Okay, the AIP, the password protection, the smart lookout. You have all these tools over here. Okay, so one of the reasons. So you don't have to meet all the reasons in order to use MFA, right? You don't have to use all the reasons over here. So as long as you have these are the things that I want. All right, I want to have identity protection. I want to ensure that there's some password expiration rules when I've actually configured users where I'm going to use the cloud as my identity provider, but I want to make sure that there's some rules when they create passwords, when they want to reset their password and things like that. All right, so I want to ensure that they are given access only when they're needed. Okay, only when it's required. All right, so you can configure the AIP for that. All right, so I want to have those kind of stuff. All right, but if you're going to look into Azure AD itself just by alone without MFA, just plain Jane vanilla Azure AD, all right, just with the identity, there's really not much you can do about it. All right, there's really not much features that comes together with it. It's just like, okay, use it in password, boom, that's it. Yeah, but we want to have those additional toys, additional features, right? So get it done with MFA, get it done with what do you call this, the conditional access, get it done with AIP, all right? And remember, you gotta have your premium Azure AD licenses for that. Yeah, your premium, your P1 or P2. Okay, so how multi-factor authentication works. So something of course, that's where your username and password is. Something you possess, okay, probably what do you call this? You have your mobile device, or probably some sort of a token device, that you're going to send a notification to that device that you have, or to that token, that device you're holding. Something that belongs to you. All right, fingerprints, your face recognition, probably your voice recognition. I don't know, something that is just uniquely you. All right. Now, sometimes there are questions that ask, is this really secured? All right. I don't know. Probably if you watch too much of movies and things, we can transfer your fingerprint, from the from those tapes, and then transfer it into transfer it and get it scanned over to the scanner, and it works. So let me just put it that way. Those are in the movies. Okay, those are in the movies, or probably someone just scope your eyes out and then do that retina scan, and it's too much of James Bond's kind of stuff. So those are in the movies. So well, basically, there's no foolproof. Yeah, there's no foolproof. But again, to reduce as much as possible. All right, to reduce as much as possible of these rogue users, or these people trying to attack onto your passwords. Okay, so if you're still using password, but if you still have, if you're sending a OTP to you, for example, at least it is assumed that you are the only person who's holding your mobile device, right? Unless it's just that bad luck, your password has been hijacked, and at the same time, your phone was being stolen by your attacker at the same time. That's just too bad, right? What are the chances? I'm not sure, unless this is like a plan attack. I don't know. All right, but what are the chances? Okay, so again, it's to reduce the risks over here. Okay, so basically that's how MFA actually works. Something you know, something you possess, something you are. Okay, and it can mix any of those, right? And on top of that, we top it off with conditional access. All right, so basically what conditional access is all about, these are two separate stuff. All right, so the conditional access is basically a tool. It's more like a if-then statement kind of stuff. If you're this, okay, then do that. All right, so at the back end is how it's processing it. If you're at this location, okay, you are safe. If you are at this location, but it found that, so another if comes in, is found that you're not using the correct device, for example, then do that, all right? Block it or quarantine it or send a notification, things like that, all right? So that's basically conditional access. So you need to actually receive a signal, okay, to know that basically creates the condition, all right, the signal either from the location or from the IP address, okay, for the user, okay, the type of devices, okay, the type of connection, all right, or some sort of verification onto or who you are and things like that. So different kind of signals involved, okay? So the source of the information, okay? Then the decision, okay? Then do this, okay? If this is, then do that, all right? So you can have that condition to be created, all right? Then after that, you enforce it, okay? So, so in a decision, you can see that, do you want to allow full access? Okay, what sort of access you're going to provide, or you want to allow limited access, you quarantine. I'm not blocking you, I'm just quarantining you so that I just got to double verify, are you the correct person? If you are, then I'm going to release that, I'm going to give you the full access if it is. Or you want to remediate the risk entirely, which means that if let's say I'm really the correct user, I'm actually I'm using the correct device, but somehow it detected that the connection I'm using is not correct. Okay, it's not correct, or probably I'm accessing from account. It can't do that. Okay, most likely the connection is not correct. I'm supposed to VPN in, for example, but instead of using the L2TP VPN or SSL VPN or IK version 2 VPN, right? I'm using PPTP. So since it detected that, hey, I'm the correct person, all right, I have the correct password, I've been verified using the correct device. Okay, so do you want it to be remediated? Say, okay, you're using PPTP, the correct stuff, all the other stuff are correct. So let's just get that system at the back end to allow you to use PPTP. So that's remediating the problem. Okay, but it's not remediating the risk in that case. It's remediating the problem. All right. So yeah, you can automate that to work. Okay, but the thing is that do you want that to happen? So it really comes down to how you want to configure this. But basically, this is what conditional access is. All right. If it's this, then do that. Okay. So most of the time we will use conditional access with multi-factor with the MFA. All right. So many times we will combine both of this, right? In order to actually really make a really lean and tight security, okay, so that it's not just 100% based on MFA. It's not just based on conditional access. It's both. All right. So for example, like this, you have the users. We have the signals portion, the users, the location, the devices, the applications trying to use, or the application that you're using to access it, right? So sometimes you might be accessing using Chrome, for example, or you might be using Edge or using Safari. So those are the applications you're trying to access the tools that you're going to access the so-called service application that you're supposed to use. So those are the signals. All right, those are the signals of that. Then this is where the condition is you're going to configure the condition, okay, and then the condition. So verify access attempt here. So for example, like the user MFA verified, okay, but are they using the correct device? All right. If after verification, the user is the correct person, the user has been authenticated as the correct, that is the real person that's supposed to come in, then, but he's actually using the wrong device, for example, okay, then do you want to block access, do you want to quarantine, okay, and so on, all right? So that's where the conditional comes in, okay? So the verification part, okay, is just MFA, all right, but added up with the conditional access, so that comes with additional complexity there. All right. Then after that, if let's say everything is fine, then allow the user to use the app. Okay. So it's just think about this as an additional layer. All right. After verifying the user, I've got to ensure that you're using the required conditions. You're using the required configuration, or you're in the correct in the right environment, to use the application. Right, so that's where the conditional access comes in. Okay, so when you plan for the MFA deployment, okay, so over here we have the multi-factor policies. All right, so the multi-factor policies then is enforced together with the conditional access policies. All right. So for example, all the ifs, okay, all the conditions, all the signals and conditions. So if a user wants to access a resource, then they must complete an action. So if a specific cloud application is accessed, we're going to do. If a user is accessing a specific art network, all right, or using a specific network to access the application, all right, is that allowed? All right. If a user is accessing a specific client application, for example, is that user coming from, is that user allowed to access, is he from the correct group or the correct user to access it, okay, or maybe using the correct application to access that, or correct tool to access the application, all right, or if a user is registering a new device, for example, right, in this case, registering his Windows 10 machine into the cloud, is he allowed to do so, all right? So these are all some of the things that you think about when we want to configure the MFA deployment together with conditional access. All right. So some of the methods over here is that okay, I'm going to verify that user. Okay, and that user needs this is a company policy. You know, say you want to use the application. All of you guys need to install that mobile app. All right. Every time you try to access the application, you got to put, you know, for example, still putting user and password. All right. Still user and password, but a push notification is going to be sent to the mobile app in your mobile device, which your phone needs to be registered. Okay, for example, needs to be registered. So you gotta think about, oh, MDM is going to be involved in this case, Intune. So that's the other part of the story. But anyway, yes, you're going to have that there. Okay, and when you have put all the information in, goes into the application, it goes into Azure Active Directory, and it says, oh, okay, the user is correct. Okay, MFA has done that. He has put in the correct credentials. He has been verified that this is the correct user. He's using correct token, correct OTP kind of stuff. Then yeah, this is he has this mobile app. Okay, but let's say for example, if the mobile device that he's actually using has been installed with mobile app, but it wasn't a registered device. For example, oops, okay, I'm gonna block this guy. All right, or I'm going to quarantine this guy as example. All right, so that can be done. But let's say if all is good, all things are smooth, all right, he's using the correct device, he's using the correct mobile app, okay, he's got the notification, all right, let's allow the guy to come in. You could also have the option to call the user, all right, so of course it's going to be a recorded call, so the platform is going to call the user, okay, and of course you're going to provide a phone number to the platform, in this case Azure, in order to make the call. Charges will apply, or probably send a text message to your phone, all right, so send an SMS message, for example, okay, so it's not using any mobile app, all right, so that can be done too. All right, so 5 steps for securing identity infrastructure. So some of the 5 steps. So let's look into this. Step number 1 is strengthen credentials. Yeah. So that is the all true, which is from the legacy days. Yeah. Strengthen the credential. Yet still we get users. Why is the password so complex? Why 12 characters? You know, why can't we use our old password? You know, do you guys get those kind of comments from the user saying that the password is just too complex and it's just too many things? You know, it's just too long, and every time you're gonna renew the password is too often. You know, do you get those kind of comments from the users? Yes? No? So all users are just very compliant, probably. I don't know. All right, so sometimes we do get that, and how do you if you actually do get users who comments that password is just too tough here. Every time when you're creating a password, it's going to be a different password altogether. It's like so long. You know, how am I supposed to keep up with all of this? So sometimes the only way to go through this is education, awareness. Right, there's nothing much you can do about it. If you want to have a secure password, you got to really strengthen the credentials, right? You got to strengthen your passwords. All right, so you want to reduce the attack surface. All right, and how do you actually reduce attack surface? All right, so in terms of like authenticating users or trying to access some sort of privileged accounts, you know, so in the legacy days, well, still used today. It's not just legacy. It's still used today. Is that a lot of environment they actually have like two accounts. All right, one is your normal user account, another one is your privileged account. All right, so back in the days when I was working for an O&G company, an oil and gas company. So that's what they have implemented since the heydays. All right, so yeah, so we have two accounts. All right, so and when we want to do some sort of administrative task, some sort of privileged task, then that's where we switch over to the administrative account. All right, and once we're done with that, we quickly log off and switch back to our normal user account. All right, so we use the run as commands. Sometimes we probably write a script onto that, or probably nowadays it's very simple. You just right-click run as administrator. All right, back in the days we're using Windows 2000, Windows NT, you gotta use the run as command over there. All right, or you simply just gotta log on and log in again with your next administrator account. So things like that. So things become easier after you have the just right-click run as administrator kind of stuff. All right, so that is to strengthen the credentials and reduce the attack surface. All right, JIT to reduce the attack surface. Ultimate threat response. All right, so detected there's some possibility of an attack. All right, so you got to really do the notification. All right, and kind of on-prem environment is kind of a bit tough for this. It's not to say it's not doable. All right, I've seen how implementations like this done, but the types of components and the components that's going to be involved is very complex. All right, because a lot of components to actually take care or to maintain in order to actually have this automated threat response configuration. All right, but in the cloud it's already provided. The cool thing about in the cloud is that we leverage on the cloud. It's there already. Okay, it has this automated threat response. You have the ATP for that. You have your actual security. Your Defender, we've seen the Defender, right? Okay, you have your Sentinel, okay, as well, right? So you can automate that threat response over here. So yeah, as the saying goes, as I've just mentioned, is that use the cloud intelligence. It's there, okay? So it's all the features that we wanted, okay, like the threat response over here, to do your machine learning, to know where you're coming from. You want to deploy MFA configuration. You want to do a bit of evaluation, okay, onto learning the users or the pattern of a trend of the users, where they're coming from, demographics. So use the cloud intelligence for that. That's step number 4. And enable end user self-service, and that's where SSPR comes in. All right, so anything happens, okay, anything else, that really happened, and you need your user to really reset the password, SSPR, that's beautiful. All right, and SSPR, when you enable that, okay, you can also ensure that, this is the correct user who is resetting the password. So you don't, SSPR configuration, it's not just going to let you go, it's, reset the password and that's it. You've got to ensure that this is the correct user resetting the password. Yeah, so you can hook it up, or you can link it up with the MFA, or ensure that it's sending the OTP or the verification to the user with the correct device. They got to verify themselves. Yes, I'm the correct person. Then they can reset the password. All right. So step number 5 is to do that. Okay. So strengthen credentials. All right. Reduce attack surface. Yeah, we use PIM. All right, for JIT. All right. Establish a multi-factor authentication. Ultimate threat response. All right, so we have the AIP for that. And we have the cloud intelligence looking to monitor it, demographics here. You have your various tools you have seen before. You have ASC for that, ASC onto the Defender, okay, not onto the free portion. You wanna have a detection part, right? You're gonna enable the Defender. Enabling Defender, that's the paid version. All right. Then you want to have your more of a reactive, okay, reactive portion. That's where your Sentinel comes in. All right, so your Sentinel comes in and it looks into the user's logs, the sign-in logs, all the logs they can have. All right, so when it's detected, okay, this kind of users coming in, and it's always at this time he's trying to log in, and then he logs off coming from this particular IP address or this particular device. All right, so it's kind of fishy over that. All right, and of course, Sentinel can do a bit of some hunting. Okay, so there's a little bit of proactive. All right, proactiveness from that. But remember, the Sentinel is more of a reactive kind of tool, rather than being proactive. The only small part of proactive for that is the hunting tool. All right. So that's some cloud intelligence that you want to use. Okay, and we have the self-service password reset. Okay, so we have that. Okay, so recommended solution for SSO. Okay, so recommended solution for seamless sign-on. So Active Directory, Azure Active Directory, seamless sign-on. So the identity provider is Azure Active Directory. All right, so we know that. So it deals with all the identity management kind of stuff there. Okay, so when we actually have an on-premise environment like this, okay, Windows Server Active Directory, okay, and we have the application, or we actually have Azure Active Directory, right? So as we know that we have done that in the 303, we deployed the Azure AD Connect, okay, and then we synchronize the users into the cloud. All right, so now we create an identity for the user and place it into the cloud. All right, so every time when the user is trying to log into some applications, the user doesn't need to actually remember a new password. There's no new user accounts created. It's the same old user account that have been using in the on-prem. All right, so during the configuration, we enabled SSO as well. Okay, we enabled SSO as well. So now there are other alternatives as well. That if just in case for whatever reason SSO actually fails, okay, we use the password password at sign-in page during the password sign-in page. So what are you going to do? All right. Okay. So what are the things? So the thing here is this: is that what could have caused it to fail? All right. What could have caused your SSO to fail? All right. So probably the Azure AD Connect wasn't synchronizing correctly. So you got to make sure that your health, okay, connection health is always there. It's not running on a real time, but it's actually on a batch. It has interval time in between. All right. So in cases you might want to install the Azure AD Connect into a different computer as well. All right. So you have a backup, or you actually have installed it into a replica virtual machine. Everything is the same, and it's getting to run just in case the other virtual machine goes down. All right. So have that enabled via Azure AD Connect. Okay. And sample list applications included with Azure AD. All right, so what are the applications that is actually that needs to be registered with your Azure AD, for users to access that application? So sometimes there are certain configurations that need to be done on the application itself. All right, but the thing is that if you want to use the application to get authentication through Azure AD, you've got to register that first. Okay, register the application with Azure AD. So when a user is trying to access the app, okay, access the app directly, that user will get authenticated with Azure AD itself. So make sure that it's registered. Okay, so some considerations. Okay, when we use the Azure AD seamless sign-on. Okay, so we have the password hash or the password authentication. So we're going to know the difference between both of this. All right, so what do you call this? It's either use a password hash. That's the default. Okay, if we didn't select any other way during Azure AD configuration, that's the default. All right, or you can use password authentication. Yeah, so password authentication is where, for instance, we have the application which is now in the cloud. All right, so where can I draw this? Just give me a second. I'll turn on my pen. There we go. Pen. Oops, pen is not on. Give me a second there. And calculate this guy. Okay, should work. Pen. All right. There we go. Okay. So now we have a pen. Okay. So for pass-through authentication, all right. So how does that work? Yeah. So this is just a bit of recap. We've seen that in 303. Yeah. For example, that we have an application in the cloud, for example. So this is Azure. So you have your app over here. It's hosted in the cloud, and this is your on-prem. Okay. So you have your Azure AD Connect over here. Okay. So now you have a user trying to access the app in the cloud. All right, so it's accessing the app has a login page, asking you to log in, or some way to verify who you are. Okay, but instead of having the authentication done by Azure AD, all right, so the app becomes the mediator, okay, to forward back the request back to your Active Directory on-prem, okay, to get authenticated. Okay, and if this guy says, okay, great, okay, the user is correct, then pass it back to the app, okay, and allow the user to come in. Okay, so that's pass-through authentication. All right, so that is actually not using the authenticator. So it's not wrong, it's fine. Okay, you can do that. Okay, it really comes down to, as long as you have a, it's recommended to actually have a place, to actually, a single location to have your identity being managed. All right, so so it's still that it's still a single managed identity, because the identities in the cloud and on-prem are the same in this case. Okay, but it's just that now we want to have authentication to be done on-prem. Okay, so that's pass-through authentication. All right. So Azure AD Join provides SSO for devices registered with Azure AD. And so if let's say, for example, the user is using the correct devices, straight away the user is able to access it. All right. So applications, all right, applications using domain hint or login hint parameter capability with the seamless SSO. All right. So you have the access panel, okay, whatever access panel into your applications. All right, your Outlook web app is using your Office 365, or your Office 365 portals. All right, so these are some of the domain hints or logging hints, okay, that can use together during the accessing the application. All right. How about recommendation solutions for hybrid identity? All right, so we're going to consider MFA. Okay, for a hybrid. So in this case, it's basically pretty straightforward. Okay, I'll see this pretty straightforward. Is that first of all, if you have like hybrid, just make up your mind, where do you want this authentication to be done, right? Okay, just make up your mind, where is it going to be done? And I'll choose if it's me, okay, depending on the application you're using, all right? So I'll have it to be done in the cloud. All right, because I can really make use of MFA. So it doesn't mean that you can't have MFA on-prem as well, but it comes easier, it's become more seamless, to enable MFA in the cloud. All right, so define technical requirements for MFA. All right, what are the technical requirements? For example, what are you going to use? Are you still going to use your passwords kind of stuff? All right, so let's say you're still going to use password, because people are still, you don't want to take away that comfort from people sometimes, and sometimes some people ask, oh, you're going to use just the facial, you're going to use facial recognition. What if I got punched in the face? What if I got a black eye? I can't log in. Or probably use fingerprint scan all the time, and I cut my finger, and what I can't log in right now. You have all sort of stuff, So okay, there you go. Password authentication. Go ahead with that. Okay, so but I've got to verify who you are. So probably I'll go with the what you have. Okay, I'm going to use what you have. So in this case, to your mobile device. All right. So in the mobile device, I'll probably have an app. But sometimes app could be an issue as well. If you think about the end user's point of view, is that, oh, you're going to install an app in my device. And sometimes, yeah, it's you still got to have that device, brought in, okay, and install it for them, unless the company is like generous enough to give every single user a mobile device is actually provided by the company, and that's cool. So that kind of reduces a lot of problems, right? But some of the companies said, oh, I'm going to have the users use your device, but you got to bring your device in so they can install that application into your machine, or I need to have your device to be registered with a company using MDM into Intune so that I can push the device into push the application into device. So, huh? You're really going to do that? You get this. You have this sort of this sort of sentiment from the clients sometimes. Say, oh, fine, SMS will do. Send an SMS. So send an SMS to the device. Okay, so you got to come up with a strategy. You kind of strategy for that. Then requirements for rolling out MFA and the technical requirements for enabling users for MFA. So this is some considerations. So how basically it's more of like how are you going to roll this out? Yeah, basically this is more of like the main thing. Okay, when we want to implement some stuff. I'm not too sure it's true for you, but in every project that I get into is like, right, okay, this comes straight into mind. We're going to use it, but okay, great. This seems to be fine in my side, but when I roll it out, how am I going to do it? Okay, so how's it going to affect the user? So I don't want to have the user say that, okay, because of this, then I can't use the system anymore. It's like, your system sucks. Because of your system, I can't be productive and things like that. So all this kind of stuff, reduce that. So think about how I'm going to roll this out right now. Okay, so it has to be seamless as much as possible. All right, we're going to test it first, and we're going to slowly do a pilot implementation. Just test it out with this group of people, let them spread the word, say it's good, it's good, it's good. Do a little bit of marketing for us, for example. Say, oh yeah, people say it's good. Yeah, we have this problem all the time. Have it roll out that way probably. So you got to think about that strategy. So sometimes when I kind of think about it, it's like we IT guys like us, like you guys, we are technical people and thinking that no, you don't do sales, you don't do marketing, but sometimes when you do this kind of rollout, it's a bit of a marketing thing. I don't know. I see it that way a lot of times. How to get the users accept it, right? How to get the users accept this kind of stuff. Yeah, unless it came from the mouth is saying that, yeah, I want this. But sometimes that is it's going to backfire on you because they wanted that, but it was implemented for them. They say it sucks. I don't know. There's too many comments from customers sometimes during projects. So anyway, think of the requirements to do the rollout, okay, and then technical requirements for enabling the users for the MFA. All right, so this is the decision tree. All right, so this is going to help out at least how to decide what to use. So we start from here. All right, we start. Do you want Azure AD to handle signing completely in the cloud? Ivan says yes. Okay, so yes. The next part is, do you want to enforce user-level Active Directory security policies during sign-in? Because here is mentioning Active Directory. Okay. Now remember that when we synchronize the on-prem Active Directory into the cloud, it doesn't synchronize any of the policies. All right. For your Active Directory policies, your GPOs, those are not being synchronized. All right. So when it goes into the cloud will have its own Azure policies. Yeah, we all know that. The configuration onto Azure AD is going to be Azure AD. It's nothing going to do with the Active Directory itself, except for the users and groups being synchronized. But there's a configuration where just for the password policies, yeah, nothing else. Okay, that is not really synchronizing, but we can get Azure Active Directory to mimic the configuration or the password policies from on-prem. Okay, so that it stays as the same, is standardized, whether it's in the cloud or in on-prem. Okay, so do you want to do that and enforce user-level Active Directory security policies during sign-in? Okay, so if you say no, for example, okay, you want to have that separated. Do you have a sign-in requirement non-natively supported by Azure AD? Okay, so it says yes, so you actually have a non-natively supported by Azure AD. Okay, then you want to you come to this part, it says travel all the way, you come over here. Do you want sign-in disaster recovery or leak regeneration reports? Yes or no? Okay, if yes, then you're going to use the federation with password hash sync. If no, you're going to use just federation services. All right, what about this? Do you have sign-in non-natively supported by Azure AD? No, for example, you have your password hash and the seamless SSO. All right, so this is kind of like helping us to decide, okay, but it's not entirely true again, because this is as much as possible to help us to decide which one to use, but as long as it makes sense, okay. Sometimes you might have to add an additional condition in between, because we have this, so let's add that in. All right, so probably gonna change that a little bit in certain cases, but in more generic environment, okay, this works pretty well. Okay, to help us decide, how authentication is what authentication we're going to use. So the authentication architecture. Okay, so as simple as it goes is to use the password hash synchronization. Simplicity. All right, so this is when you install your Azure AD. Okay, your Azure AD. Azure AD Connect. All right, AD Connect. You install that, and this is default. Okay, so if you choose to use the customized configuration, then you can choose, I want to use PDA, I want to use what do you call this? I want to use the federation services. Yeah, I want to use that. So it really comes down to you which one is actually suitable for your environment. Okay, so agent requirement of pass-through authentication using 2 agents for redundancy. All right, so in this case, you actually have your Azure AD. All right, you have over here some applications in your Office 365 or probably some other software as a service kind of situation. All right, so in case that Azure AD doesn't work, all right, so you're trying to get authentication from here, it doesn't work. So can I actually have the pass through? Okay, so yep, that could be done as well. All right. So comparing authentication methods. Okay, so these are different kind of authentication methods over here. So you have the password hash synchronization. All right, with seamless SSO. This is Federation Services. Okay, and you have pass-through authentication with seamless SSO. Again, Federation Services. Okay, so where does the authentication happen? This is in the cloud. All right, so for this, okay, this is going to be in the cloud. Okay, verification for Exchange. Trying to access some application in the cloud, but in this case, whereby when you use the application and it says this application needs to be authenticated on-prem, so it goes back on-prem to do the authentication in that case. All right. So things like this. So is there SSL? Yes. Sorry, SSL requirement? No. Okay, there's no requirement, but yeah, we try to use that. Okay, SSL requirement so that. Okay, but in this case, default is no. Okay, so what are the requirements for on-prem internet and networking beyond provision systems? Okay, all right, so this is a bit of the comparison methods over here. All right. So for B2B integration, all right, so business-to-business integration. So this is where, say, for example, you have your applications, all right, which is in the cloud that belongs to you. Your developer guys have some great apps developed, you know, and now you actually have a business partner. Okay, and this business partner needs to actually, you know, you're working on some sort of project and they need to access this application, for example. Okay, so what are you going to do? Now, the good thing about having the cloud is that it's pretty easy or quite seamless, I would say, to allow users from your business partner side, okay, to access this application. Because all we need to do is, well, basically there's two steps, all right, two main tasks that you're going to do. First, invite the user, all right. So you invite the user. Oops, how do you spell invite? Invite, right? Invite the user. Okay, so send an invitation email to this guy over here. So the user says, yes, I accept from the email. Then what happens? The identity now is created in your cloud, in your Azure AD. Yeah, the ID is created over here now. Next thing you're going to do is to assign the application to this user. Right? So you go over to the user, make sure you have your app already registered in your Azure AD, then assign the application to the user, and that's it. All right, as simple as that. Okay, so everything else is all going to be managed by Azure. All right, so that's where you have your B2B. Okay, so of course in the application, then that's where this user actually have this access to this application. He's using the application for what sort of reason, stuff like that. You know, which part, what he can do, he can't do. Things like that. Okay, so this is as easy as it can go. All right. So send an invitation to the user. Okay. Make sure they have the app first registered with the application. They're using the app on your own itself. Then these users from the business environment, business partners need to use them. Okay. So send an invitation to them and then assign them to use. All right. All right. So adding guest users into your Azure AD portal. All right. So basically, it's just inviting the user. Okay, so you invite user. The user could be from any environment. Okay, he or she could actually have just a email address. You know, he could be from a domain environment. He could be coming from a different cloud provider. I don't know. As long as that guy actually has a email address. Okay, so just send an invitation to the guy. He's able to receive it. Okay, and then assign the user the app or group to access whatever resources that you want the user to access. Okay. All right, so integrate with identity providers. Okay, so if you, let's say, for example, you have an app. Yeah, for example, you have an app that you have created. Okay, and you decided, I'm not going to use Azure AD. So remember, just keep in mind is that when we use Azure, it doesn't mean that we have to use Azure AD for all the stuff that we use there. All right, so let's say I have an application, and that app, I want the app to be, the users accessing the app to use their Facebook to log in. Okay, but remember, just keep in mind is that now we are using Facebook as the identity provider. So when the user is accessing the app, the user will have to log in using his Facebook account. right? That's cool. That's cool. That's fine. Okay, but remember the first part that we mentioned early on, the recommended solution or the recommended points is that try to use a single identity provider, right? Try to use a single identity provider over here, is for the app. So if this app over here, app number 1 is like your business critical app. App number 2 is also a business critical app over here. All these apps are used by environment, for example. Okay, and app number 1 uses Facebook, app number 2 uses Google, app number 3 uses your Microsoft external account, app number 4 is, oh gosh, how am I supposed to keep track of this now? It's not wrong, but it's not doable. But you got to think about how am I supposed to maintain this, right? Okay, so although the option is there, okay, so we try to maintain all using a single identity provider, but you still have the option to integrate with external third-party identity providers as well. All right, so let's look into the next portion, the hierarchy of management groups and subscription. Now, up to this point, what is this management group all about actually? All right, what is this? What is this management group? Where do we really use this management groups? All right, so we know that when we log into Azure Azure environment, okay, so then we use this, we use that, we create that resource, we use that service, and then whenever we want to create a resource, we will be asked for the subscription. What is the subscription that you're allowed to use? Or sorry, what is the subscription that we have? And choose a subscription and just create it. All right, and just use it. That's it. I want to buy this toy. Papa is going to pay for it. So Papa gave you that subscription and just use it, right? So many times that's actually happening in a lot of environment. Okay, so some administrators logs in. Okay, and then he needs to create a resource. Without even thinking further, the subscription is already there. And the subscription portion we're going to select, but it's already selected, and straight away just use that and just create the resource, right? But if you're managing this entire tenant, for example, all right, you're managing this entire tenant, and the company actually has a few subscriptions for this. All right, this is where everyone think about management groups. So basically, management groups is a tool that we use to manage the subscription. All right, it's basically just a tool to manage subscription. And basically, you don't use it to like, oh, you're in this management group, you can create this, you don't create that, and stuff like that. In a way, you are able to do that indirectly when you apply a policy over the subscription. All right, you can do this and do that and do not with a subscription, but it is not actually being configured through the management group. The management group is basically delegating these subscriptions on who can use a subscription and things like that, right? So say, for example, by default, they actually have the root management group, right? This is there by default. We can't delete this. We can't modify this. Well, basically we can by creating these subscription groups, management groups over here. So let's say now we actually have like, oh, I have this ES subscription 1, ES subscription 2. I have some other subscriptions as well. A lot of subscriptions, yeah. So now, why we have so many subscriptions? Because we decided to have, let's say, human resource to be given this subscription to use. All right, and it's going to be used by this guy, all right, just this guy only. All right, so people from the human resource. So I'm going to create a management group. I'm going to put in the human resource people. So I have to select from the security principal, which is coming from Azure AD, hopefully. All right, so assign it. It's not hopefully, it has to be Azure AD. Assign it to this human resource. Okay, so human resource then has been assigned to use this subscription. So anytime when the user comes into Azure AD, to do some resource configuration, all right, to create some resources or to use some services, remember that every time when you use something, it's going to ask you, please select your subscription. So that user will only be able to see this subscription. And of course, on top of this, on this subscription, we can configure policy, we can configure budgets. Okay, we can configure thresholds on the costing and stuff like that. So basically, the policy setting, the control setting is not done onto this guy. This guy is just allowing that group of users, put it that way, to use this subscription. But the control is really done onto the subscription itself. All right. So what kind of resources that users can create, or where can that resources be located? All right. Or what kind of size of virtual machine that user can create with the subscription, for example. So basically, that control is done onto the subscription itself. Yeah, it's not done onto the management group. Management group is basically just delegating the subscriptions. All right. So about these management groups, you can have you can handle up to 10,000 subscriptions. 10,000 groups per subscription, management groups. All right, so you can create a lot of management groups over here. You can go down to 7 levels. All right, so 7 levels down. Okay, so if you actually have, let's say, a management group over here, so here you have, let's say, the IT guys. So these are the, let's say, for example, we have the service principal assigned to this IT, the IT management group. The production will also inherit the same service principal. Okay, it'll be basically inherited unless you, I want to have this removed, you can have that removed in that case, but default is going to inherit that. Okay, and if, let's say, for example, example like this, for example, yeah, the production group has been assigned, let's say, for example, with the EA subscription, default, the geo region ones, in this case, in this example over here, will also inherit that subscription as well. All right, unless you say, okay, I'm gonna take that subscription off and assign you with a different subscription. All right, but default configuration is that whatever configuration you have done on the child management group, it will inherit from the parents until you remove it. All right, so that the hierarchy goes down 7 levels. Okay, so root management group. Okay, so that is actually being done and handled by the owner or the contributor. Okay, you can assign a role to it. So think of the subscription group is just like another resource. You can actually configure RBAC into it. All right, so the root management group cannot be removed or cannot be deleted. It's there by default. It's there all the time. All right, and resources in the directory fall up to the root management group. So all resources by default is actually under the management group. All right, because the management group has been assigned with the very first subscription. Okay, so it falls down underneath this management group anyway. All right, so default group for new subscriptions. All right, so so we need to create new subscriptions. It's going to be where this subscription will be assigned to. All right, so it's going to go over to the management group. All right, unless you remove it to remove that subscription to another management group in that sense. Okay, and can be seen by all users, but not all users can manage it. Yeah. All right, so management groups over here. Okay, so what can we do onto the management group? Like I said, is that use it just like any other resource. So you can assign RBAC. You can assign, let's say, the billing administrator that's usually dealing with the management group. Yeah, the billing administrator. So I'm going to assign a billing administrator. Okay, to deal with the management group, the RBAC role. Okay, then the remember that it has hierarchical permissions. Okay, whatever permission settings that you've done, okay, onto the root, it inherits down. Okay, inherits down onto the child management groups. All right, then RBAC role can also, individual RBAC roles can also be assigned onto the child as well. But whatever you have assigned from the parent, it'll be inherited onto the child too. So custom RBAC roles definition assignment. Okay, so custom roles over here. All right, and there we go. Okay, so hope that gives you an idea of what to expect, or when we actually do create a solution or think about a solution for deploying, implementing identity management. All right, in Azure. All right, so are there any questions they have in mind?
Hey, Ivan, I just asked it on the chat, but
yeah. Oh,
could you please just elaborate on the Azure AD PIM? You just sort of mentioned it in passing,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so PIM is privileged access management. All right, so privileged access management is it's an addition. Oh, you have to work it together with the Azure AD Premium. All right, so what it really does is just that. Remember the part where in 303 we did onto GIT, right? I showed how to do a GIT onto your virtual machine, right? So your virtual machine, when it's configured to GIT, what it does? So basically, you are restricting the access. It's not really restricting, but you are only allowing access when it's required. All right, when you require it. Okay, so let's say, for example, this virtual machine, it's publicly available. All right, so it has a public IP address, and it actually has this RDP port being exposed into the internet. Right, so the problem is that when I'm not accessing the virtual machine, that port 3389 is still exposed into the internet, and that could be a problem because it is creating a surface attack for attackers to come in. And it's, oh, I detected the 3389, so I'm going to hack into the machine, into this machine over here. So when I enable JIT through my ASC, the Azure Security Security Center, right, through Defender, so it creates a additional rule basically through NSG to deny all 3389 access into the machine. Okay, and when you request for it, so you got to request for it. Remember, you got to request to access. Then it creates another rule to allow you to come in, and then removes that rule when time's up or when you log off. Okay, now PIM works on the same concept. All right, so when we enable PIM, is that, say for example, I'm a normal user. Probably I'm a global administrator, but you do not want to have the global administrator to be the account of global administrator to be used all the time. When you're doing normal tasks, with accessing the application, for example, you do not want to be logging in as a global administrator because there's no reason for you to do so. You're not doing any configuration. You're just using the application, right? So, but you only use the global administrator or any administrator account when you need to do some configuration. So when you need to do that, you request to use the global administrator right now, okay, and then depending on how we configure PIM, it says you're eligible to use it, for example. You can use it at this period of time, but before you use it, you've got to go through some sort of review. That's where access review comes in. All right, so a person will be assigned to review, say, okay, now approve you to use it. Okay, go ahead and use. And that moment in time, in that particular, let's say 3 hours, you are using as the global administrator. Okay, either that you have logged off, now this account, you're not using this account anymore, or you have reached the time limit, which is 3 hours, you'll be ultimately kicked out. You're not using the global administrator anymore, you're back into a normal user account. Okay, so that's like a JIT kind of thing, right? In fact, it is JIT for user accounts. Okay, and that's configured using PIM. All right.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, so for just to add on, because when you use PIM, you've got to request. Okay, you got to request to use that privilege, that account, for example. And how do you? So the question is that how do you actually get the request? How do you actually request for it? So you got to log into Azure portal. All right. So the other ways as well, you can do it from your PowerShell. If you're doing some PowerShell configuration and stuff like that, you can use your PowerShell to do it. But in many cases, that the user has to log into the portal to actually request for it. Yeah, it's just a simple click onto it, request. I want to use I want to request to use this. So he has to log into Azure portal. He goes into the PIM app. All right. The Azure AD PIM, okay, Privileged Identity Management, and then he click onto my roles and say, oh, this is the role that I have. I'm eligible to request, and he click onto it and he requests for it. Okay, so because if you think about it, is that who goes into Azure AD portal? Will end users log into Azure AD portal? Very unlikely, right? So it's the administrators, it's the people who has privileges, that is allowed or usually will go into the portal. All right. So now I have privileges, so I'm going to go into the portal to request for it. All right. Okay, so it's time to take a short break. We go for a short break. Let's take a 20 minutes break there. Okay, and then we come back. We're looking to the lab. Okay, and the lab that we're going to do, all right, will be this lab implementing Azure AD authentication and authorization. All right, so let's take a short break and then we'll come back to do this after our break. All right, so for those who are back from your lab, you can start off with the sorry, back from the lab. Sorry, back from your break. Okay, we can start off with the lab. All right, so the lab is going to take about let me see, 2 hours. All right, it's going to take about 2 hours for this. Okay, and we're going to use the lab number. Let me just bring this down again. Okay, module number 4. Okay, which is managing Azure AD authentication and authorization. Right, so for those who just came back, right, welcome back. We're going to start with the lab. Okay, so for those who just came back, all right, so we have 2 hours for the lab. All right, and we're doing the second lab, which is for Module 4, Managing Azure AD Authentication and Authorization.
Hi, Evan.
Yes, hi.
I'm in task 4 and trying to download this Microsoft online services sign-in assistant for IT professionals, but it's getting a 404 error.
Okay, just let me.
Can you
jump
go
over
to
your
task 4?
screen.
Okay. Yeah, this task go down. Yeah, this task 4 for further down. It asks in the step 1, it asks you to download this software.
Okay.
And I've checked the web, it says no longer available.
Oh. Just give me a second there. Yeah, looking at all the Microsoft site that to download this, it seems like they have a broken link or it's an error on the download site itself, saying the file is not available. Okay, let me see if there are other alternatives. Just give me a second there.
Hey, Ivan, are you there?
Yes, I was just answering your question. Yeah, so you wanna turn off the pop-up blocker.
Okay, I actually tried that, and when I tried to download Edge, it still won't let me. I still get that error message that says you need a new app, or you need an app to open Edge.
There is usually a direct download link if you search for it. I think the default option tries to open up some sort of an app, but you can't do it. So you have to find the download link.
Okay.
Just Google it.
I'll look for it.
Okay, to answer your question, Kang, you have removed the Azure Premium P2 license from all users. That doesn't seem so okay. So no, it doesn't expire with the AAD tenant. Actually, the free trial doesn't expire with it. So you can actually remove the license from the user. You just got to go back to the license under Azure AD. Go to license and just uncheck the user. Just remove the license from the user itself.
Yeah, I've done
And-
that. I've done all that, and I've
Okay.
elevated the privilege as well. So everything checks out when I try to delete the tenant, except for that one part which says license-based subscriptions. It may not be as to do with the Premium P2 license. May have something to do with the fact that we skipped that that sort of download.
What was
link.
the error that you get?
I am also getting the same error. I'm trying to
Yeah.
delete my tenant and same getting license-based subscriptions.
Yeah.
It's that. And when I click the link, it take me to an empty page.
Well, it just gives you I think that link shows you some sort of Microsoft knowledge article, but yeah, that doesn't really help me because it basically it points to the fact that certain if you have Microsoft 365 subscriptions, that needs to be gone, but we don't have one, so not sure what's stopping it from getting deleted. Yeah, I suppose there's no harm in leaving it around for now anyway, because there's no money attached to having a AAD tenancy, right? And the
Yeah.
P2 license is just a free trial anyway, so I'll just keep it around and clean it out later if I need to.
Yeah.
On that case, then I'm done.
All right, that's great. Just in time for lunch.
Yeah.
Great. Good job.
So do we break for lunch soon and come back?
Oh yes, yeah. You can go for lunch once you're done. Yeah, and we'll be back in an hour.
Okay. See ya.
See ya. All right. So for those who are done as well for the on the lab, you can go for your lunch break, and we'll be back by 1:30. All right, so welcome back. All right, and on the next topic, so how many of you are done with the lab already? So there are some problems in the lab there. Some of the links that's supposed to allow us to download the online sign assistant is down. But yeah, you can skip that portion. So how many of you are done with the lab already? Right. Okay, great. Okay. All right. No worries. So yeah, Shaswat is still in progress. So how far are you with the lab there, Shaswat?
Hey, sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Yeah, actually, sorry, I'm facing a bit of disconnection issue on my side. That's why actually it's been a bit delay. And there are a few issues that I have faced. Is okay, that frequent disconnection of my VM or the Docker compute that I got. Could be it's an issue at my end because the frequent net is falling over.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you need to revisit your lab, or you want to do it at a different time, it's all good, yeah, because you have access to the lab, and
Yeah.
yeah, you have access to your Azure portal as well.
Yeah, actually, yesterday I finished at 7 p.m. Melbourne time because it's a bit slow yesterday. It was even, I think it's horrible than today, but yeah, it's really horrible yesterday. Like completed at 7 o'clock in the evening. Okay, but that's good. I think yeah, it's good.
All right.
I'll finish it off. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next module, which is onto design governance. And on this module, we'll have a look into what this module is all about. We'll look into policy, okay, recommend a solution using Azure policy, and then we'll look into the blueprint, a little bit what blueprint is all about. All right, so governance here. So how do you govern the place? How do you manage the place, basically? Yeah, manage the resources, manage the tenants, manage the services. So we talk about governance, right? So about governance. So in governance, what do you want to ask, or what do you want to look at? How is the organization's security going to be monitored, audited, and reported? All right, so we're going to know things like this. Or how does the organization know about things that are actually working and which are not working? Right? Are there new standards that we have to follow? Because sometimes there are different kind of industries. Sometimes standards keeps on updating, and you're going to make sure that you follow that standards. There are new compliance. You're going to make sure that the compliance is being followed. How do I know that which part of a resource is actually following the compliance, which part is not? All right, things like that. All right, and in terms of like new implementation and things like that, I've got new implementation, new resources going to be implemented. Are they going to be following, or are they applied? Are they following the rules and regulations that has been mentioned? All right, so say for example, and in this case, is the mandatory reporting is asking. So if I would need to run some applications, I'll need to do some sort of information. All right, so I need to do some sort of events. How would I know the outcome if you don't send me a report, or you don't send me a result, or anything that is telling me what's the status? All right, so this is where governance is about, because you need to have info. Basically, we talk about we need to have info. All right, so we need to have info to make a decision what to do next, for example. All right, or are we following certain rules and regulation? Okay, so that's all part of governance. All right. Oh, again, my screen. Okay, so in a risk, okay, so what type of risk does the organization face? right? For example, like why do we want to have some sort of compliance being applied? Maybe because there's some intellectual properties that we need to protect. All right, so there are some information about customers that we cannot leak, or we got to be very careful of when we handle them. Yeah, especially if you are a service provider or you are a application provider. You're providing some sort of service. All right, some sort of service. It could be not just internet service provider, but you're hosting a e-commerce site. You're handling with people's transactions. All right, you're taking in information about credit cards and things like that. Or how you're going to pay for it. So all these are sensitive information. So are you handling those information correctly? All right. So how do we know that we are doing that? Okay, and are we doing it correctly? Yeah. So who may be interested, or who could use this information if stolen? Right. So is it intentional? Is it unintentional? All right. Is it coming from internal? Is it coming from external? All right. We need to have some sort of way to control this, right? So yeah. Those are the risks, and also commonly forgotten but important consideration like disaster recovery and business continuity. Yeah, especially for disaster recovery, so people working in disaster recovery usually, I kind of find that they're underappreciated. Yeah, because you never think about the disaster recovery guys and people from the from that domain until where something really happens. Right, we think about the security guys. They're the high-profile guys. This person who is the troubleshooting my PC. We look for this guy, but we never thought about the DR guys. Doing the backups and the restore. So those guys are always there, but they're kind of transparent. But you look for them when you need, right? You say, I lost a file. Let's look for this guy, right? Okay, so yeah, so we need to actually have those. We need to think about those risks as well. Okay, so compliance, as I mentioned, so some regulatory requirements that ensure that we can continue to do business, all right, or to continue to operate in certain environments. Yeah, we got to be compliant. All right, so clear line of responsibility. All right, so we need to have a clear line of responsibility, as in who does what does what. Okay, in terms of network security, what needs to be configured, what needs to be there. So in terms of having responsibility over here, we kind of break it down into a few domains, a few areas, right? For example, in network security, okay, network security, we have a security team, for example, and they need to have their privileges in order to do, or they need to be delegated with roles and jobs, okay, in order to do the things that they can be allowed to do, okay. And when they apply certain resources or certain configuration, all right, so they have to configure it in such a way that it meets, say, for example, some compliance or some regulations, or in order to meet the business requirements. All right, so we need to have network security team. So there'll be some sort of settings and some sort of rules that dictates what they can and cannot do and what they need to do when they do their job. Same goes for network management. So you can have like two different teams in this case. You got network security team, you got the management team. The network management team is more like operation teams. All right, they are doing the monitoring. You're doing monitoring part. They're doing the administration part. All right, they're doing the day-to-day fixing of problems. Users can't access to this and that. All right, so the network management team is there to help. All right, so they need to understand, okay, onto how the network is actually being deployed, and they're going to make sure that it has been configured in a way that meets the requirements of how the traffic is supposed to flow. So coming into that, for example, so when it comes down into deploying a network, I've mentioned this many times, is that before you deploy your application, deploy your resource, deploy your workloads, always have your network done first. All right, because we build a network based on to later on what kind of resource we want to use. All right, what sort of services that you want to create or you want to provide to the users. All right, so you build a network based on that. You don't build network first and decide and then build application to accustom to the network that you have built. Usually it's the other way around. We need to know what's the endpoint. What is the end result? This is the services that we're going to use. So the network we're going to build is going to be built around that requirement. All right. But of course, when we start to deploy the whole thing, we start building the network first. Okay. So those are the part of network management. Then you have the endpoint security. That's where all the server endpoint. That's where the server side. Okay. Configuration, hardening, how should we harden, what kind of services should be turned on, what services should be turned off. All right, so Those are server endpoint security. Of course, we talk about the client endpoint security as well. Okay, that's another domain that we're looking to. Incident monitoring and response. So you need to have a team to know how to respond to problems. All right, when a problem comes in, you're not just going to keep quiet, right? If it comes in, there's a way to how to respond to this. All right, and there's a team who actually decides it is going to be what kind of severity that problem is going to be, and based on the severity, this is how it's going to be handled. All right, this is the process, and when to escalate this to the next team if it falls beyond the scope. All right, and things like that. So that's where the incident response team comes in. All right, then you have the policy management. That's where you create and enforce the rules and regulations. And then the security standards, okay, identity security and the standards. All right, so this team where you're dealing with the identity. All right, that's where the usernames, passwords, all right, the access logins, all right, those are under the identity security. All right, so there probably be more groups than this. Okay, it's not just based on these 6 groups over here that I mentioned. There could be more groups. All right, so you're going to designate. Basically, the groups will have their own job scope or the role to play. All right, so audit, enforce, policy, compliance. So now we have all these rules. We have we have all these groups. Okay, they need to do their job. Okay, they have their roles. They have the responsibility to follow. All right. So how do we actually audit? How do you actually enforce the policy onto those groups or onto the roles, or onto the things that's happening on a day-to-day basis? All right. So that's the thing that why we need to have policy. All right. So to audit and enforce policy compliance, we need to have audit environment. Okay, so we need to know what do we want to audit. Okay, what is the thing that we want to be looking at? All right, policy monitoring. Okay, so what are the policies that has been applied? Okay, and then the actual policy, we use actual policy to create. So you need to have the tools to create the policy. Okay, and to assign the policy onto that environment. Okay, and on top of that, any other things that comes along with it, those are, I would say, the additional features. All right, for example, oh, this thing can tell me that this thing is not compliant. All right, so those are the features that's additional, okay, but it's very essential, especially now we're looking to Azure Policy. Okay, it actually has this Azure Policy app over here that can help us to assign policies, but it's not just assigning. It can help us to check onto compliance as well, whether your environment is actually compliant to the policy that you have deployed. All right, so let's recommend a solution for using Azure Policy. Okay, so compliance with Azure Policy. So as mentioned, that when you use Azure Policy, it comes together with compliance. All right, and the compliance over here is basically to check, assess your environment to see if the setup, your infrastructure, your deployment, implementation, is it according to the policy that you have mentioned? All right, is it according to the rules and regulations, the setting that you have mentioned? All right, so what we want to see from the compliance, we want to see if how many of them are compliant and which are not compliant. Okay, which are the things which are not compliant, and those infrastructure or those implementation which are not compliant, what we want is that, can you show me a way to solve it? Don't just tell me that this is not compliant. Why is it not compliant, and how am I supposed to solve the issue? So we want to get that solved. All right, it's not enough just to tell me that this is not compliant and it ends there. All right, so it's not useful enough. It's telling me it's not compliant, but how am I supposed to solve this? Okay, so this is where Azure Policy with compliance comes into picture. All right, so we can scan it. Okay, basically it does the scan by itself, but you can trigger it for it to scan. And once it's done the scanning, it's going to tell you, it's going to report back to you saying that you have this and this and this, which is not compliant based on the policy that you have configured. All right, so you can evaluate the non-compliance. Okay, you can audit the policy. You can integrate that with your Azure DevOps. All right, so if you have the, your DevOps environment, okay, so you can apply a policy for your DevOps environment, and you can see which are the parts that in the Azure DevOps is not compliant, and you've got to get that done. Oops, I pressed into the end, sorry. Okay, go back to where I stopped. Okay, there you go. So what are the components? Okay, the components in Azure Policy. You have, first of all, you have the definition, the policy definition. And what is in definition? definition consists of the conditions you want to control, over here. And there are built-in definitions, a lot of built-in definitions over here, such as controlling what type of resources can be deployed, to enforcing to use tags probably, all right, or to deploy it on certain locations maybe, the sizes or the sizes of the resources they can use, all right, and all sorts of stuff, all right. So you can have, there are a lot of built-in definitions, as well as you can actually create definition of your own. All right, and when you've looked before into the Azure Policy app, you can see that there are a lot of policies, okay, individual policies, and they compile them together, which is called the initiative definition. Okay, and those initiative definition has a lot of policies within it. Let's say you can create an initiative which is for a specific standard. All right, for example, like the ISO 27000 standard. All right, you have the HIPAA standard, you have the GDPR compliance, all right, you have the whichever country's financial compliance that to follow. So inside those are actually initiative definition, all right, and in the definition inside, in the initiative definition has a lot of policies being compiled together, all right. So those are under the definition part. Now then, once you have the definition available, you want to assign that, okay, you want to assign the policy assignment. So when you assign the policy, you got to specify where you want to assign the policy. All right, so I've touched about that a little bit when we talked about the management group early on, okay, because I mentioned about subscription. So one of the places that you can actually assign the policies is under the subscription. Okay, it's on the subscription basically. All right, so meaning to say is that, because keep in mind, every resource that we want to deploy, every resource that we want to create or services that we want to use, you're going to mention a subscription, regardless if that resource is or have a cost to it or doesn't have a cost to it. Right? So it does require to have a subscription. The only part that it doesn't ask you for subscription is when you are creating a user account. Yeah, you realize that when you create a user account, it's not asking for any subscription, right? You're going to Azure AD, all right, using Azure AD, and you're creating subscription, inviting users, for example, it doesn't ask you for any subscription, all right? But anything else, okay, for example, like you want to create a VM, you want to create a virtual network, storage, SQL, container, web app plans, functions, anything. It will ask you for a subscription. So when we apply policy onto the subscription scope, so any sort of resource or service which is using that subscription will be affected. Okay, it will be affected. So that is what we call a scope. Now you can assign the policy onto the resource group or management group as well. Okay, so for example, like resource group, so assign a policy onto a specific resource group. So which means that that policy will be affecting all the resources within that particular group. All right, just that group alone, okay, for the resources that's residing in that particular group. All right, so there you go. That's where we assign policy assignments. Then the policy parameters, okay, the characteristics, okay, that's where you want to really scope it down, trim it, okay, onto specifically, you know, what this policy is supposed to do in your when you define the policy, for example, what are the things that we're looking at? Okay, what are the attributes, okay, that we're looking at? For example, like parameters that we need to define what type of VM SKUs that is that can be deployed or that should be looking at for this policy to take it to be initiated. All right, so that's why we look into the policy parameters. So that's where when you create your policy. All right, so creating a policy. All right, so we first have to create a policy definition. All right, so you go over to the policy app. All right, so you type in Azure policy in your search. All right, you see that policy comes out. Click onto that. All right, and you can see a whole bunch of policies available. All right, you create a policy definition, then you assign the definition to a scope of resources, then you view the evaluation results. Now, talking about evaluation results over here, it will not be immediate. All right, it will not be immediate. It'll probably take a while for it to evaluate your environment, but usually it'll take about 10-15 minutes, yeah, at least, you know, to do evaluation, depending on the complexity of your infrastructure that you deployed, okay, in your environment or your entire environment. Okay, so but if you want to have the trigger to run immediately, you can go over to PowerShell. Okay, you bring out your Cloud Shell and you can type start. It's a commandlet, right? So it's a PowerShell commandlet start dash AZ policy compliance scan. All right, and you can type in the verbose parameter as well in order to look into what is really happening here. So start dash AZ policy compliance scan. All right, so that's going to do a compliance scan onto your entire environment, and hopefully you can see some results. But sometimes when you trigger that, it still doesn't show you any results. Sometimes, right? So because when we actually issue a command into Azure, all right, hit on the enter button, okay, enter key. The next thing to do is, well, let's hope that Azure actually runs this immediately, or let's see how fast Azure can run this instruction. All right, so sometimes it might actually take a little bit of time, okay, but what you know is that it is actually already has triggered it to run, okay, and you should get your results just about in time. All right, so you look into the evaluation results. Now, when we look into the results, here's the thing. Sometimes you might see, oh, there is non-compliant and there is compliant. Okay, you can see the results that, oh, you have this, which is you have 42 points out of 96. Okay, now how do they actually tell you how much score you have? So that depends on you in your initiative. Okay, in your initiative that you actually have deployed, your definition. Okay, how many conditions that you have created? That's number one. Number two, how many what is the resource that what are the resources that it has found? Okay, and the number of resources, the more resources you have, the more it has to be looking at, right, to see whether it's compliant or not compliant. Okay, and that also will be included into the score. Okay, so the more resources you have, okay, the more the more information that it has to actually process. All right, so when you have something that's non-compliant, okay, so what it simply means is that the things that you have deployed before your policy was actually assigned, all right, so you actually have some resources being assigned first before you actually assign your policy. Okay, so now after you have deployed your resources, now you assign the policy, and the policy now tells you that that particular resource is not compliant. Okay, is it going to stop that resource from functioning? No, it's not going to do that. It's still going to continue to run. It's just that it's telling you right now, it's reporting back to you that that's not compliant. But when you have a new resource that you want to deploy, for example, all right, or you want to implement, okay, and it's not according to the policy that you have deployed, that is going to deny you from creating a resource. So for new resource that you're going to create, you're going to apply, you're going to implement, okay, and it's not according to the policy, it's going to stop you from continuing. Okay, but for anything that has been deployed, it will remain there. Okay, so these are some of the policy definitions. So can I actually deploy an individual or assign an individual policy? Yes, you can deploy or assign an individual policy. All right, so these are individual policies over here. All these policies are defined in JSON. All right. So if you have all these policies being compiled together, we just call this a definition, initiative definition. All right. So when all these policies are compiled, we call it initiative definition. Individual policies are just called policy definition. All right, so applying policies, there are a few ways you can do it. You can use it using PowerShell. All right, you can use using your portal. And this is an example, right? Identifying non-compliant resources. All right, so once you've deployed the policy, you go over to the compliance to see how many of what is the current compliance status in our Azure tenant. All right. So we can look into that. So example like this is that, okay, this is 100% resource compliant because all the resources are compliant to all the policies that you have deployed. Okay, so that is based onto the benchmark they're supposed to be benchmarking against with. All right, so you look into this. Now, the Azure policy also comes together with a feature called remediation. Okay, now you have to configure this manually. It's not automatic. All right, you got to configure this. So what this remediation does is that if it has detected or assessed that some of your resources or your configuration is not based on the compliance settings or into the policy, what are you going to do about it? All right, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to fix the problem? So if you're going to fix the problem, then you're going to configure the remediation. Okay, so that's the part where when you're configuring the policy, all right, you can apply some remediation process onto it. All right, so a policy effects. Okay, so what are the effects that you have? First of all, you have deny. Okay, where the resource creation updates fail due to policy. Okay, so I think we have seen that before. Okay, and if you're using the challenge lab, all right, so when you log into your challenge lab, for example, and you're using a different login, all right, so you'll be using CloudSlice. So CloudSlice is I've mentioned before, it's very restrictive, right? When you're inside the in the environment, you're using the CloudSlice account. If you ever go over to the policy, okay, Azure policy, you'll see that here tons and tons and tons of policy that has been applied. All right, why is that, sir? Because you're not using for the CloudSlice, you are actually using a tenant, okay, which is not just for you to use. There are a lot of people who are using it, okay, a lot of people are using it, but they have actually narrowed down on what you're allowed and not allowed to do. All right, so because it's actually a shared environment, okay, so they only allow you to do certain things. So they created a lot of policies, and some of the policies are automatically generated, okay, it's by using a script. So when you log in, it automatically generates a script and applies onto that login, and you are being dictated on what you can or cannot do in that login. All right, so you'll see that if you're trying to create, let's say, a resource, okay, and it's not according to the lab instructions, okay, you created one on your own. Okay, so I'm not going to use this name. I'm going to use the name that I like, you know, for this storage, for example. And when you hit onto review and create, and you suddenly see deny, yeah, because the policy says you're not allowed to do so. All right, you've got to follow. It says you've got to follow the name, and you've got to redo it again. Okay, for example, all right, policy is being policy rules is ignored or disabled. Okay, often used for testing environment. Appended. Okay, so the additional parameters added into the policy, for example. Okay, audit. Okay, or audit if not exists. Okay, so it's create a warning event in activity log. Okay, this is when doing usually used together when creating alerts. Okay, and deploy if not exists. Okay, so it's kind of execute a template deployment when specific condition is met. All right, so for configuration purposes using templates. All right, so these are some of the effects, okay, that we see, okay, when the policy is in effect, yeah, it's actually being applied right now. All right, some of the results, okay, or the messages that you get. So when you look into the policy evaluation results over here, all right, so we click onto the compliance. All right, compliance over here. You can see you can show by graph, you can show by charts, you know, show by a lot of ways. Okay, so it tells us assignments based on compliance, okay, onto non-compliant as well. All right, so it tells you, it breaks down into dates like this. All right, so basically it's reporting back to you, okay, once the evaluation is completed, okay, onto the different kind of deployments that has been done, okay, and which part is compliant, which part is not compliant, and so on. All right, so the parts which are not compliant, for example, click onto this one, okay, and it says 1 out of 1, it is not compliant. Yeah, non-compliant initiatives, okay, non-compliant policy. So initiative will be, well, initiative that you have deployed, like this is an initiative, all right, it's a compilation of multiple policies, all right, and how many non-compliant policies? So this is based on individual policies, okay, individual policies, and out of there, they are, like in this case, 4 non-compliant resources, okay, because some of these policies could be coming from the same initiative, but within that initiative, all right, within that initiative, because you might have like 2 or 3 or 4 initiatives, all right, so only one of those initiatives where your deployment for these resources doesn't meet the compliancy over here. Okay, and within this, most likely that you have 15 of those policies which are non-compliant with the resource that you have deployed. Okay, out of 103 policies in that initiative. All right. Okay, so you can organize policy with initiatives. Like I said, yeah, you have the initiative definition, or it's basically just a compilation of multiple policies within. All right, so those, then you assign it. So how you assign it is just the way how you assign a typical policy. Now, when you look into the blueprint, what is this blueprint? So think about now, if I would have a policy, okay, so if I have a policy, for example, this is my pen. Okay, so let's say I have Azure policy, okay, and I'm going to apply this policy onto, let's say, this Azure environment. Okay, so this Azure tenant. Okay, and then I want to apply some policies onto, let's say, so I'm going to create some policies again. I'm going to apply it onto, let's say, this resource group. Okay, and then this will be on the subscription, for example. Subscription. Okay, so I have different policies
well, you know that I can actually manage your policies from the policy app, okay? But there are different policies applied in different areas, different scopes, okay, and different settings, okay? So, and on top of that, maybe I would have, let's say, some configuration onto this particular resource. Okay, I have an RBAC configuration here. Okay, and onto this resource, a different RBAC configurations. So I've got to deal with policies and RBACs and settings like this individually based onto the resource, or at least I need to know where did I actually apply this. Okay, and if there are any configuration or reconfiguration I need to do, I need to know exactly where did I actually apply this, and I need to go there to do its configuration or to do its amendments or the changes and things like that. Okay, so that is handling all this individually. So having a blueprint over here, okay, makes life a little bit easier. All right, why? For example, is that now I have this tenant having this sort of policies, okay, and instead to kind of manage all these policies and all these role-based configuration templates, you know, and stuff like that, individually, is it possible if I have, let's say, a package, okay, a package where it consists of all this configuration that I have in one package, in one central location. All right, so this is for my tenant, for example. So why I want to do this? Because if, let's say, I have a new tenant that I want to create, okay, a brand new tenant I want to create, I can take this package, which I find that, oh, I previously on this tenant, I think things went really well, and I want to apply same or similar policies or settings or RBACs or templates configuration deployment, okay, onto this new tenant. So I don't have to recreate that policy again. I don't have to recreate that RBAC again. I don't have to recreate the template again, or even resource groups. I can take that package, that policy package or this blueprint package, and straight away just apply it onto this tenant. All right, and now this tenant will actually have same settings, yeah, which I know that it's actually working, it's actually running fine, okay, and probably it's like, you know, it has to follow these rules and regulations and compliances. You know, I just apply that blueprint over here, okay. So I've of course got to pick all the stuff and put it into that package, into the blueprint, and just apply it. Okay, so it creates what we call standardization. All right, so I don't have to worry that, well, this is again my tenant, I've got this current tenant, but I've got a new tenant over here, probably another tenant over there. So I don't have to worry that I miss things out in terms of configuration, right? I don't have to worry about the complexity of like recreating from scratch. Okay, I can just reuse whatever I've done, which is functioning, okay, and apply it onto that new place. All right, so blueprint are designed for environment setup. Okay, so basically when you want to set up a new place and you know that it's actually functioning from the previous environment that you're in, and we use those settings in a new place itself, that's where we want to use the blueprint. Okay, so you can gather all your templates, okay, put on all the templates from one or more Azure resource, and all those resources deploy. There's no active connection relationship whatsoever in a template, so don't worry, okay, because basically they're just definitions, right? So you just place it into the blueprint and then you just put it there into the new deployment. All right, you can upgrade, because once the blueprint is there, if there are any changes that you need to do, okay, you need to edit some of the configuration, okay, you can go to the blueprint, go to that, maybe the policy, maybe the resource group, probably going to add new resource group, for example, put into the blueprint, you can always update the blueprint. Okay, so once you've updated the blueprint, okay, so you can redeploy that again, it's going to apply it onto your current tenant again. All right, so blueprint consists of 0 or more templates, okay, can consist of 0 or more templates, because it's not necessary that I have a template within a blueprint. All right, not necessary, okay, because maybe inside this particular environment, I don't actually have I don't use templates. Yeah, basically it's just a very simple configuration, but I want it to be standardized, right? So you can have templates, you don't want to have templates, that's fine. All right, and they are reusable. You don't have to have like one tenant, one blueprint. You don't have to. All right, you can have just one blueprint for all the tenants. Yeah, you have one blueprint for all the sites. All right, so you can do that too. All right, so how does it differ? So the Azure policy is individual, all right, it's individual one, all right. Blueprint is more like a package. It's not just policy, it's onto configuration, yeah, resource group settings, yeah, you have your templates over there. All right, so you package all those in, okay, into the blueprint. But Azure policy is just configuring the Azure policy. That's just that alone. All right. Okay, so that is a little bit about the governance. All right, so it's a short topic over there. And we're going to move on to the next one about, let me just put this away. We'll look into design a solution for databases. Okay, so here in this chapter, we look into design a solution for databases. We look into data storage, dynamic scales, encrypting data. All right, so things got to do with databases over here, a solution for them, infrastructure for them. All right, so now it doesn't mean that over here when we deal with this environment, we need to be, sorry, getting a phone call over here. Okay, so it doesn't mean that I've got to be an expert in databases and stuff like that. Remember, as an architect, you'll probably be working with the database administrator. All right, but you just got to know what's actually really going on and what's the functionality behind. Okay, so that you can come up with a proper solution or more effective solution. All right, so we're looking to selecting a proper data platform for on requirements. Okay, so depending on different kind of requirement, different kind of setup, we have different kind of databases, for example, for you to use. And then look into the overview of data storage. Okay, the database service tier sizing, scaling of the Azure SQL database and managed instances. All right, so we've seen the difference between both, and then recommend a solution for data at rest and transmission and in use, and also then the last part we're going to break up for the lab. Okay, so let's look into recommending the right data store. Okay, so here we're looking to a little bit an overview of RDBMS. I think all of us actually know what it's all about. Okay, so RDBMS. Okay, so then we look into a little bit about the kind of databases inside that has a key and a value store, because they could be different kind of databases, not just RDBMS alone. Okay, but generally they actually have some standard information that, regardless of what kind of databases, they have some standard information that it's common between all those databases. All right. Then we look into the different kinds of databases, like how does a document database look like? How does a graph database look like? Okay, and a little bit of data analytics. So we know that what RDBMS is all about. All right. So it's a structured. Here is a structured data. Like it's two-dimensional tables with rows and columns. All right. So each database actually has tables, and the tables has columns. In their case, every row has a row itself. And we use SQL, okay, SQL to query, structured query language to query it. All right, so this RDBMS is useful because there are lots of RDBMS systems out there. Azure SQL is one of it. SQL Server is one of it. All right, SQL Server. Right, you have your Oracle and stuff. So all those are your PHP, MySQL. All those are RDBMS. All right, so we know that. All right. So in Azure, the Azure actually has some options. Again, in actual fact, the options are not just based on both of this, but of course we look into Azure SQL Database. All right, that's the PaaS service. All right, so in this case, the PaaS service, you have Azure SQL. Of course, you have other SQL servers too. All right, you want to use the Postgres SQL, you have the MySQL. That's also available. Okay, but of course, we're going to, if anything in the exam, they'll be asking about the native services instead of third parties. So in a database, basically, all right, so you actually have a unique key, and that unique key will be corresponding to some sort of value. All right, so whatever value that is, so it's going to be a unique key that identifies this. Okay, so in this case, that's the value, that's the information. Okay, and we use the key as a reference so that we can actually get into the value to probably insert information into it, delete information, to query that information to come out to be shown. All right, so this is where basically all databases will have this onto the table. All right, so it works onto, okay, you can see later on, we're going to talk about this here, Azure tables, Cosmos DBs and stuff. All right, so it works into most of the tables. So how does a document database actually look like? All right, so you can see that this is a document database. Okay, basically on the value portion, all right, it actually has a, it looks very similar like a JSON script, right, or JSON definition over here. All right, so you have a key, and this key is onto this part, okay, onto this JSON portion. All right, so it's considered as a document over here. All right, so the data fields over here, okay, can be not just JSON, it can be YAML, Bison, BSON, or XML. All right. So basically, this is how a document database will look like. All right. Basically, it's like a bunch of strings or syntaxes, okay, or information that that resembles any of this. Okay. So that's the document database. All right. So we use this document databases in your Cosmos DB because this is a type of NoSQL. Right, NoSQL type database, and Cosmos DB will deal with NoSQL database. All right, then we have graph databases. Okay, these are type of graph databases. All right. Okay, so you have the relationship between this whole thing is called graph. So the relationship between these edges over here, okay, that have properties. Okay, so basically it gives you like a graph-like structure. Okay. And again, this is a type of NoSQL, which is used in Cosmos DB. All right, so coming down into the Azure SQL database. So Azure SQL database, what this is all about. Now, this is actually a SQL database, which is fully managed by Azure. Okay, so it's fully managed. So you don't have to deal with the host. We don't have to deal with the update and the patching and stuff like that. You just have to deal with the database that we're going to place into this Azure SQL. All right, so it's high performance, it's reliable, it's fully managed, it's fully secured database. It supports multiple programming languages. Okay, you can use, if you're a developer, you can use your preferred programming language to use together with this Azure SQL. You can migrate, especially if you're doing a migration, right? And you can migrate your SQL server, which is a host. You have to take care of the host and manage the host when you're going to put it into Azure. All right, so you can straight away just migrate the database from SQL Server into Azure SQL, Azure SQL database. So you don't have to maintain the host anymore. All right, so it supports those kind of configuration. All right, so the Azure SQL database, okay, so it offers a number of managed storage solutions. Okay, so each of these provides different features and capabilities. And if your application consists of multiple workloads, for example, you probably want to evaluate each workload separately because different kind of workloads require different kind of storages probably, okay, or different kind of settings required. So the complete solution may incorporate multiple kind of data stores. Okay, so over here, there's this flowchart again that can help you to design how are we going to use, okay, those to select a candidate for this data store over here. All right, so you see that inside your skill pipe material. Now let's look into this Cosmos DB. All right, so Cosmos DB over here, it's a well, it itself is actually not a database solution entirely. Okay, it works through API connecting over to different kind of databases that you might be using, and it's focusing onto most of it onto NoSQL, NoSQL type of database. So you have your Cassandra, you have the Gremlin, you have the MongoDB. All right, so it has those APIs. Cosmos DB will work through the API to connect to those kind of databases. Now the question is that why Cosmos DB? Okay, why use this? Now, Cosmos DB, it's first of all, okay, it's the only database that allows your geo-replication. Okay, geo-replication. You can specify where you want this. It's not the only one. SQL Server actually has that as well if you have to manage sequence. But one more thing over there is that the scaling option. All right, the scaling option that it's tremendous. All right, so much faster than using a managed sequence, managed instance for a SQL or even your Azure SQL. All right, so yeah, it has this dual replication. All right, so it can replicate information which is located in one location to another location, in one region to another region. Okay, that's number one. Number two, the starting point over here is actually the elasticity of it. All right, so the elasticity of it is that But what it does is that if, let's say, you actually have this database that you're running some sort of NoSQL database, MongoDB, for example, all right, and you're running some sort of application that runs into it. But say you have users who are from a different region, and because of the different region that they're coming from, they probably have a lot of latency to connect to where your server is located, which is using that MongoDB. All right, so in this case, if we link it up or we deploy that database using Cosmos DB in that sense, okay, we can actually have this to scale that particular database to a different region or to a different location. All right, so and it allows very high speed queries, okay, the communication or the transaction between the application, the user that is going through Cosmos DB to the database server. It's really fast, okay, because you have to specify, number one, where do you want to deploy this? Yeah, where do you want to have this to scale out to? Because that's going to be like inter-region scalability. It's not just within the same region, it's inter-region. But you've got to specify which region that you want this database to be scaled out to. And when you don't need that, it's going to scale in again. Okay, so you can specify that. All right, so this is where it allows you to have your application to be more accessible, to be to have better database connectivity, okay, using Cosmos DB. All right, so because of this scalability. All right, so from there, okay, as well, using the database, you need to have some sort of storage, right? Okay, so this is where we look into the blob storage. Okay, there are many other storages, of course. Blob storages, your blob containers is one of those. All right, and if you're looking into, let's say, much bigger kind of application that probably you're running some sort of a big data application, all right, you'll probably look into this, what do you call this, the data lake storage, okay? But let's look into this blob storage first. Now, blob storage is unstructured. And we've seen that before in 303 when we deploy a container, all right? So there is no maximum size that you need to define, okay? You use blob storages or blob containers in this case for, let's say, backups, okay, or very large files, okay, streamings, video files, whatever files which is huge, humongous, all right? So blob storage allows you, okay, to have unlimited capacity. All right, it is really highly scalable. It's accessible as well. Okay, it's entirely accessible because you can actually access it using the URL provided. Okay, so you can access it anywhere in the world. Okay, so when you have your database, for example, you need to have a storage space, and you know that information in your database that has a storage space will keep on increasing. So having a blob storage will be just perfect. Okay, you don't have to worry about not enough space. All right. Now then you have the data lake storage. Now, data lake storage is also another very large repository that stores specifically both structured and unstructured data. Okay. If blob storage or containers, blob containers stores unstructured, this stores structured and unstructured. It's an enterprise-wide hyperscale repository for big data analytic workloads. Yeah, so it's specifically for big data. All right. So it again, just like your what do you call this? Just like your blob containers, it doesn't impose any limits. Okay, there's no maximum size that you have to specify for the storage. So in a way, it has some features from blobs, okay, from your blob containers, okay, but this supports structured data as well, and it can be accessed from your HD Insight, all right, using your Web HDFS compatible REST APIs applications. All right, so this is for big data. All right. Then a little bit of comparison here between the data lake store and also the blob storage containers. All right, so if you look into the data lake store and also the blob storage, okay, so this is optimized for data lake, is optimized for big data analytic workloads, whereas for this is whatever. You can store even a text file if you want, but you're kind of underutilizing it. But yeah, anything. It could be a text file, it could be a binary file, it could be a backup data, it could be a video, whatever that you need. Anything with its general purpose, okay, you can put it into the blob storage. Okay, whereas for the data lake, okay, it's for like streaming analytics, machine learning, okay, log file information, IoT data, click streams. So again, anything that which is going through your what they call is the REST API. It has a hierarchical file system. For this is a flat namespace. All right. Let's go down. Okay, so geo redundancy. Okay, so for both, it doesn't actually have a limit in size. All right. So in terms of geo redundancy, okay, so this does not support geo redundancy. It's locally redundant. Okay, whereas for this blob storage, because it's based onto your storage account can be configured to run LRS or ZRS. Okay, that's for intra-region within the same region. And you can also choose based onto, again, your storage account, if you want to have GRS or GZRS or with RA versions as well. Okay, so it can go beyond the region. Yeah, but for data lake, it's just within the same region. All right, then you have other storages. Okay, we've seen this too, Azure Files. This is basically your share folder. All right, so you're creating a share folder which is in your Azure. And how do you use this? So is this Azure Files accessible straight away from the internet using the URL? Not directly. Okay, you have to add through using the net share command. All right, or basically if you're using the PowerShell, okay, that's a PowerShell command that actually connects your net share into your local machine as if it's a network drive. All right, so it does actually have a URL, okay, but we don't access the URL by just going into, it doesn't run through straight away from your web browser and HTTPS connection. All right, so how do you use this? Various uses, again. Okay, for example, okay, you have, let me bring up the pen. Okay, so you have your machines, okay, and then you have your files over here, okay, your file share, okay, and you click to connect, okay, you're going through SMB protocol, you have actually a network drive here. Okay, so why want to do this? Now, it seems to be fine you're doing this, but that is not the usual case we use these Azure Files. All right, it's not the usual case we do that. Okay, we do this. Now, in many cases, is that we'll use these Azure Files. All right, this is in the cloud. Okay, and we might want to deploy a virtual machine in the cloud as well. Okay, and then we connect to this virtual machine over here. All right, we connect this file share to this virtual machine here. Then nowadays, you can even have your virtual desktop in the cloud. So this is actually probably a client operating system which is hosted in the cloud, and we use this as a virtual desktop. All right, so once you log into this virtual desktop, you have all your files through this file share, which is connected through your private network, right? You're actually in your own tenant virtual VNet, all right? So it is privately available over here. So you don't need to actually have this to be exposed, even though it is encrypted, but you're still going through the internet, right? This is the internet. Okay, so this is one way to do it. Now, second way to do it, of course, if we need to really do this, say for example, I want to do a lift and shift environment. Okay, so I have some service over here, I have some file shares over here, okay, some file shares over here, and I want all these file shares to be loaded into the cloud. Yeah, uploaded into the cloud, into this file share, for example. All right, so I can use the file sync method. Yeah, file sync. All right, so I need to have the file share in the cloud, download the file sync agent, install into the server, all right, and register the server. Of course, we're gonna make sure that it's registering into the cloud, knowing that what kind of file shares are available. And then we just copy the stuff, we use the file sync to have this stuff synchronized, this folder synchronized into this share folder here. Okay, so this is another way that we probably use your Azure Files. All right, of course, again, straight away just attach it onto your machine. That is also there, but not recommended. This is the one. All right. Okay, so they are VM mountable. Okay, like this, mounted to the VM. All right, so then Azure Queues. Yeah, we've not talked much about this. All right, but this is usually used by developers. All right, developers, and it's actually a storage service for storing like large numbers of messages that can be accessed from anywhere around the world, because again, it has this URL, just like your blob containers. It's a storage that provides asynchronous message queuing between applications. Okay, so you have an application over here, you have another application over here. So let's say, for example, these two applications, without having a queue, these two applications are communicating directly, for example, without having a queue. But sometimes you find that, hey, how come, it kind of you're probably feeling that in one of our in the current lab, it's not responding, its instructions not going through, and there's a lot of timeouts because probably the messenger, the receiver guy is probably overwhelmed, or probably the application is being overwhelmed, okay, by all the requests and queries. Okay, so basically when you put a queue over here is to regulate the messages in between these two ends. Okay, so it's actually placed in between. All right, so it's used for to regulate messages like this between applications. All right, it can be used to create a backlog of work as well, to pass messages between Azure and web service. It could also be used to distribute load among different web servers as well, to manage traffic bursts. Okay, and most important is to build resilience against component failures. Yeah, like for example, like this component failures over here, because a lot of messages have been sent through, but it's not being processed because either this or this is slow. The receiver end is actually slow in processing, for example. Okay, so it stays in the queue. At least it doesn't die off so fast. It's still being handled. It's like having a lobby. You're going into you're going to meet a guy in a company or in an office, but it says you gotta wait for one in the lobby because we're fetching the guy out. You're just gonna wait here. So this is like that. All right. So, backlog, distributed load, and also build resilience against component failures. Right, then you have the disk storage. Okay, the disk storage. Okay, so this is very typical. It's not often that we actually provision a disk storage before creating a virtual machine, right? So remember that we can actually provision a disk first. Okay, so the question is that why are you going to do that? Can't we just when we create the virtual machine and it's actually created together? Yes, you do that. All right, we create the virtual machine, and at the same time, while creating the virtual machine, we can add data disk onto it. So it's going to create the data disk on ad hoc and apply it onto this machine. Certain cases is that you might have uploaded your own VHD file into the cloud, number one. Number two, you might want to ensure that when users are allowed to create virtual machines, environments or situations where you created policies, the policies where the users can create this virtual machine, but they could only use this specific virtual hard disks. Okay, and they can't create virtual hard disks. They can only use those virtual hard disks that has been pre-provisioned for them. Okay, so you can only choose from that. All right, why you want to do that? Again, control. Okay, you want to control. So this is where you want to provision the disk storage. So this is still under the Azure storage. Okay, it's still under Azure storage. It's just that we are not in the storage account to create this, but it's still considered under Azure storage service. Okay, so it's used for applications, or in this case, your web app service plans. Okay, your virtual machines. All right, it can be managed or unmanaged. Okay, it can be a managed type or an unmanaged type, and we've got to select this carefully. All right, we've got to select this carefully. All right, so even though unmanaged is that, oh, this is cheap, I'm going to choose unmanaged. But if you provision a disk which is unmanaged, you cannot apply this disk, you can't assign this disk onto skill sets. All right, you can't apply it to skill sets. You can't apply it onto machines that needs to be configured with availability options, because those are multi-instance environment. Those are multi-instance virtual machines. All right, so if it's unmanaged, you can't actually assign this disks onto those multi-instance settings. Okay, because if you look into disk itself, this is an instance by itself. Okay, it is actually a resource by itself. It doesn't require to have a virtual machine for it to be alive or for it to be functioning. You can still access the disk on its contents through, anyone knows? Through Storage Explorer. Okay, you can still look into the contents of the disk, even if this disk is not being attached onto any of the virtual machines. You say, I want to look into what is inside this disk. Open up the Storage Explorer, it's there. You have the web version of Storage Explorer, you have the offline version. All right, so it's by itself, it's actually an instance. Okay, and which means that it also does its replication too. Okay, it actually has replication functioning, even though it's not attached to the virtual machine. Okay, so the problem is this. Now, when you have this virtual machine configured, all right, and now we're going to apply this disk onto it. Okay, now when we want to have, let's say, if it's during the days where it's still allowed, because now it's not allowed. All right, so those days when you want to create, let's say, a skill set, for example, skill set type of virtual machine. All right, so if you attach this unmanaged disk onto the skill set, all right, so it's still going to take that in, but it's going to give you a warning saying that now if you have, it's going to be auto scaling, for example, when it create a new instance, you got to make sure that you add another disk for this machine and another disk for this machine as well, and another disk for, because now you're selected to be unmanaged. All right, Azure's not going to add that disk for you onto these machines because scaling is just dealing with the machines. It's not dealing with the storage. All right, it's just dealing with the machines. So you've got to add those storage onto those virtual machines, and that was a big issue those days. So over the years, of course, it evolved, and you say, okay, this is not something smart. Okay, so if you want to have skill sets, make sure that it's mandatory for you to use unmanaged. It's mandatory for you to use managed. Okay, where Azure is going to deal that for you. It's going to handle that for you. All right. So new instances are created. Automatically, Azure is going to create. It's going to create basically a replica. It's going to be a read access basically. All right. And it's going to attach it onto this machine. A new instance created, create a replica, read access, attach it to this one, attach it to this one, attach it to this, and so on and so forth. All right, so that is done automatically. Yeah, and that's why you want to have managed disk. Yeah, right. In most cases, yeah, by default, basically, when you create this, managed disk will be the default setting. Okay, managed disk is going to be default, regardless if we're going to use skill sets or not, regardless if we're going to use availability options or not as well. Okay, so managed will be default, and we try to stick with this. Then onto the performance, you have the SSD and also the HDD. All right, you have the solid state disk and also HDD. I'll try to stick with the solid state disk most of the time. All right, and this, yeah, premium SSD, yeah, because even standard and premium, there is actually a difference. Okay, especially if you chose a size of the virtual machine at the lower end, like the A version, N3, or B version, in case like those. All right, so those are more like the lower end kind of size of virtual machine, right? And if you the difference between having a standard and premium SSD, it's a major difference. Yeah, it's a major difference. All right, so if you go with this, I only can say just best of luck. Right, so try not to go with HDD in that case. All right, so recommend database service tier sizing. All right, so in your SQL database, all right, you have two types of SQL database options over here. You have the SQL database itself, which means the host will be managed by Azure. You don't even have to choose the host, basically. All right, so you just manage the database. You have the managed instance. Okay, so you're not managing the instance or the server yourself. Okay, it's going to be managed by Azure, but you can configure. Okay, you can configure the size of it. You know that it's going to be a VM that's hosting the SQL for you, but that VM is going to be managed by Azure. All right, so basically you have the general purpose. All right, you have the business critical, you have the hyperscale. All right, you have the hyperscale, and this is for most business workloads because this is where you have the most flexible, the most high performance. All right, yeah, in terms of scalability, in terms of resiliency. All right, this is the hyperscale is the one that we normally use. All right, so when you choose this service tier. All right, so the question is when you want to use which. Okay, so for general purpose service tier for Azure SQL database and managed instance. Okay, so general purpose over there, this is general purpose. Okay, so you have 99.99% of availability. All right, so you have separation of compute and storage. All right, so the storage is separated. Okay, the compute is separated. Okay, because it's using storage account for that to create. Okay, and then it uses blob storage to replicate. Yeah, so the storage is applied onto the databases over here using blob storage. Okay, to replicate the database files. All right, so that's general purpose. All right, then you have the business critical. All right, so business critical or sometimes the premium. All right, service is a service tier. This service tier based onto cluster of database engine processes. It's enabled in the premium. Okay, it's used for intensive workloads, high intensive workloads over here. Okay, and you can see that there's always on. Okay, between, so there's a read-only replica over here. All right, so in case of this one goes down, okay, you could actually access this straight away. Okay, straight away you can access this on the read access only. All right, so this is they have some sort of redundancy over here to ensure that you actually have a replica somewhere. Then you have the comparison between the general purpose and also the business critical. The hyperscale is based onto business critical, but it's just that it has the scaling options too. Yeah, this one doesn't have the scaling options. All right, so general purpose, hyperscale, business critical. All right, so you can see that available resource type. All right, then you have this how many cores they want to apply into it. Yeah, if you want to have the managed instance, okay, so how many cores again, be even more specific. Okay, storage type you can apply. All right, and then the storage sizes. Okay, over here you have the availability. Okay, and pricing and billing and so on. So dynamically scaled Azure database and Azure SQL managed instances. So to dynamically scale your SQL database and any of the SQL database options over here, all right. So we will use there's Azure SQL database based onto the database what do you call it transaction unit. Okay, database. So what is in the database transaction unit? So that will be your CPU. Okay, and in terms of how much they can actually crunch here, information that units can crunch per second. Okay, basically how fast the IOPS. Okay, what do you call this? The in terms of the size, number of databases can be supported. Okay, that will be inside the DTU over here. All right, then the SQL managed instance, okay, it will be based onto the vCore. All right, so in terms of like if you purchase the purchase model using DTU, you have like 3 models of 3 tiers of pricing tiers over here. You have the basic, standard, and premium. Okay, whereas if you use the managed instance, you have the general purpose, business critical, and hyperscale options over there. All right, so when you scale single databases in Azure SQL, all right, so say, for example, I'll use a database transaction units, which is the lower one. It's just like choosing your virtual machine sizes. Okay, choosing virtual machine size. So you have the smaller versions of DTUs right up to the huge ones. Okay, so if you like huge, big transactions, for example, right, you need to have like really high performance, you know, no latency. All right, so maybe you have some applications over here which has a lot of users, stock markets, I don't know. Yeah, so at the back over here, you need to have a database, for example, and a lot of queries are coming in all at the same time. And if you use this guy, so it's over here, this guy will be overwhelmed because it's not able to deal with the transactions coming in simultaneously. So some of them have to be placed on a waiting list in the queue, and it could be timeout. All right, so you're kind of overwhelming this database at the back. Right, so in this case, you might want to choose something which is faster or much higher DTUs. All right. So for data encryption, all right. So there are 2 top layers of two top levels of encryption. So we have the symmetric and asymmetric. So basically, symmetric, you have just a pair of keys. All right, just a pair of keys from the sender to recipient, recipient to the sender. So it's 1 pair of keys over here. All right. So you encrypt and decrypt using the same key. Yeah, encrypt. Okay, and decrypt using the same key. All right, so this is symmetric. And asymmetric, you have two sets of keys. Okay, so over here we have 1 set, which is to encrypt, another set to decrypt. Over here we have to encrypt, this set to decrypt. So if this one is to encrypt, it has to be decrypted with this. If this side is always to encrypt with this, you have to be decrypted with this. Okay, so we're dealing with the private and public key over here. All right, so that's asymmetric. All right, so these keys, all right, these keys, where can you get these keys? By default, when you create your storages, okay, or when you create your SQL, okay, so the keys are provided, okay, they are platform managed, right? So that's cool. Okay, so Azure is going to handle the keys for you. Don't worry about that. You could also bring your own keys, but when you bring your own keys, you're going to put it into the Azure Key Vault. All right, there's a Key Vault where you're going to place the keys and use the Key Vault to distribute the keys onto the storages, onto the SQL environment, databases, and so on and so forth. All right, so you have an option over that. And what about when you're creating the storage itself? Okay, yes, by creating storage is actually called SSE. Okay, storage service encryption. Okay, that's default. Okay, whenever you create your storage, your disk, for example, it uses SSE for that. Okay, so encryption at rest. So data which is not moving. Okay, it's stored onto a disk, for example. It's stored onto your blobs, for example, or it's stored onto your file share. It's not moving. It's staying here. Yeah, it's not in transaction. Okay, we call this data at rest. So you will want to have your storages, your data over here to be encrypted, so that if anyone's trying to access the storage, it can't see anything. Yeah, it's unreadable without having the keys or the secret are passwords. Okay, so you can again deal with that using your Key Vault. All right, so this encryption uses BitLocker. Okay, if it's using Windows, Linux is using the dmcrypt. Right, in Azure Storage and SQL Database, it encrypts using data at rest by default. All right, so it's all by default. You don't have to worry about that your data is actually being exposed. All right, Azure Key Vault is to maintain control of keys. Yeah, so as mentioned is that if you have your own keys, all right, you can actually, or you want to generate keys from the Key Vault and apply it onto the databases, you can do so as well. Yeah, so the Key Vault is where you can store all the keys there. All right, and you can even do key rotation for that as well. So you don't want to use the same key for too long. Over some time, you're going to rotate the key to use a brand new one. All right. So encryption in transit. So this is where you have your information is now being sent and it's being moved around right now. It's in motion. Okay, it's in motion, and in most cases, it's that we use TLS. Right. So you have this. Imagine that now you actually have your data being sent through. Okay, and it's naked. So you encrypt this session, for example. You encrypt this session so nobody can see what's inside. All right. So example is that you have your HTTPS, right? Okay, so that's an example of encryption in transit using transport layer security. Then over here, you can do data classification. You can identify, classify the data. Yeah, identify and classify the data. You can identify what is restricted. You can specify what you mean by restricted over here, what is private, and what are public data. All right. So for instance, when deploy, let's say a storage container, okay, blob storage, for example. Okay, so when you deploy blob storage, okay, you can have that blob storage access without having your SAS token configured. All right, and it's not using HTTPS, for example. Or it's using just plain HTTP. Yeah, no problem. You can do that. Okay, you can do that. Okay, but by default, it'll be using HTTPS running over TLS. Okay, because that information, even though we allow that information to be accessed by users outside, but to specific users, for example, not everyone else. Okay, so those are kind of what we call restricted information. All right, restricted data. But if you want to have it publicly available, that's fine too. All right, so you just got to define on your own what do you mean by restricted, private, and public. Okay, so it's not actually a specific configuration, but basically a definition so you can apply the correct solution onto that particular piece of data. On raw storage, all right, so using on raw storage, okay, so as mentioned, is that when you actually have your data at rest, which is onto your disks, yeah, your data is actually in the disk, it's not in motion. Okay, the disk itself is using this by default. Yeah, storage service encryption. All right, so you could also use the AES, the Advanced Encryption Standard. All right, where on all your storage platform, okay, is using that to encrypt the storage as well. Okay, and all Azure storage services, including a managed disk, blob storage, okay, and all this kind of stuff, has one or the other encryption. Yeah, like for example, disk, okay, we'll be using this by default, but if you want to use AES, it's possible as well. All right, for your blob storage, files, queues, and table storage, they'll be using the SSE. All right, so available for both tiers, standard and premium. Okay, encrypting virtual machines. Yeah, so encrypting virtual machines over here. So why do you want to encrypt your virtual machine? Yeah, so because that, it's not really encrypting the virtual machine itself. It's basically the virtual machine with the disk. Now, on-prem, we actually have your disk being encrypted by BitLocker. What's the purpose of having BitLocker? Yeah, so the original purpose of this is to protect your partition, okay, of your disk that holds all the your critical information, your very essential information, so that just in case you lost your disk, you lost your laptop, you left it somewhere or someone stole it, they can't access your information because it's encrypted. All right, as much as it could, it cannot be accessed. Right, so that's what BitLocker is for originally. Okay, then it has expanded over to you have a BitLocker to go. You can apply it onto your external drives as well. So you have all those on-prem. Okay, but what about on my virtual machine in the cloud? So on virtual machine in the cloud, yes, it does use BitLocker. Okay, but it's actually called disk encryption, Azure Disk Encryption. All right, so it's integrated with your Key Vault. All right, and the ISVMs, secured by using data at rest industry standard encryption. Okay, so like I said, it's the very moment you create your disk, okay, in your VMs, okay, through your VMs, they are all encrypted. You have no choice. You have to encrypt it. It's just that you have a choice to use either the platform encryption, the platform key, or you can bring your own key, or you can have both. All right, so you can have both keys there. Okay, so it's a little bit tedious is that when you're trying to boot up that machine, for example, right, you need to make sure that you have your key available just in case. Okay, just in case the key is not accessible, you need to have the key or it's actually encrypted. There's no way to actually open up, so you're gonna make sure you have your key over there. All right, but yeah, you can actually have the disk encrypted with both two keys, one key from the platform, another key from you. All right, so encrypting databases. All right, so over here, you have the transparent data encryption, the TDE, which helps protect Azure SQL databases and also the SQL Azure Data Warehouse. All right, in this case, the Azure Data Warehouse. So it's a real-time encryption and decryption of the database. So when it's actually being used, all right, so it's automatically encrypting and decrypting when it's using writing writing onto it and reading from it. All right, it's associated with backups and also transaction logs at rest without requiring to use the app. So by default, TDE is enabled, so you don't really have to worry about is there some sort of encryption for my SQL and things like that. So it's already being enabled for you for any newly deployed Azure SQL databases. All right, so it encrypts the storage for where your database are stored using symmetric key, and by default, Azure provides a unique encryption per logical SQL server. Yeah, so every SQL server they create will have a different key created. Okay, and you can also bring your own key as well if you want. Okay, but you can store it into your Key Vault and distribute it from there. All right, so since TDE is actually enabled by default, company they can be confident that they have proper protection in place for any of your data which is stored in the database itself. Encrypting secrets. Okay, so secrets are basically your passwords. So they are stored in a vault and they are backed by hardware security modules. So it helps to reduce the chance of accidental loss of information and also control the keylog access, yeah, onto your Key Vault control and log all accesses. So anyone who's actually encrypting and decrypting the secrets, for example, they are all being audited. They're all being kept in the log over here. All right, so whenever you request or renew your transport layer security certificates, yeah, your certificates in this case, all right, you can actually use it you can use together with a secret. So you make sure that you have the correct password, say, oh, this is the correct person with the correct password. Now you can actually renew your certificates in that case. All right, so from there, we look into the Azure SQL database-based application. So what we've seen over here is that we have seen different kind of storages. Okay, so the storages and in terms of its usage, we look into the managed instance and also the SQL databases, and also we look into Cosmos DB as well, and what this Cosmos DB actually really used for. All right, so here in the lab, you just have to deal with the PaaS service. All right, so the Azure SQL database instance, and this is going to be your third lab over here. Oops. And this guy. Okay, lab number 3, okay, which is for module 6. Okay. All right, so this is going to take about 1 hour for this lab. So you're going to implement your SQL database. All right, so it's just you're going to use the PaaS service, not the managed instance. All right, then you're going to implement a .NET Core Console app that's going to link to your Azure SQL database that you have deployed. And that's it. Okay, so 1 hour for this lab. Welcome back, everyone. And we're going to move on to the last module for today. And that will be select an appropriate storage account. This is going to be a very short topic over here. All right, and but we'll discuss into why certain storage account that we want to choose for our application or for our workloads. All right, so just let me know if you're back from the break.
Yeah, we're back.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so selecting an appropriate storage account. So we're looking to some recommendations onto storage management tools. Then we're going to look into provisioning storage solutions for Azure Compute Infrastructure. All right, so choosing between the storage tiers. Okay, so we have lots of storage, three storage tiers basically. All right, so but first of all, we got to know where can we actually access the storage tiers. Okay, that's very important. Yeah, before we actually look into storage tiers, we got to know which are the type of storages and which storage accounts provide us with the storage tiers. Okay, so remember that by default you have your general purpose version 2. You can actually have the storage tiers. All right, then you actually have certain storages will have storage tiers as well. For example, like your blob storage. Okay, your blob storages. You have storage tiers. You have your file storage as well. Your file shares also has storage tiers, and that's actually created when you create your file share. You can choose the transaction optimized, and you have the archive, or you have the hot and cool. Yep, transaction optimized, hot and cool. Okay, so the Azure storage, they offers different kind of tiers. Yeah, like I said, is that you got to know where are those tiers available to you, okay, and what kind of storages will be able to access those tiers as well. Yeah, so we have typically we have the hot and cool tiers, all right, at account level, all right, but then go into the storage level, okay, the type of storage that we use. For example, like the blob, you have the hot, cool, and archive, all right, hot, cool, and archive. Yeah, so what is the hot, cool, and archive things are for? So you're going to know that hot is actually for, well, information or data that you store in that storage which are frequently accessed. Okay, those are the information frequently accessed, you'll be using very often. Okay, so you have you need to actually have a lot of speed in access as well. Okay, so that's where we use the hot. Cool is where you're going to be leaving it there, not going to be used that often, but probably still important. All right, probably like information will be stored there and not touched for like 30 days at least, for example. And that is just an example. It's not necessary that it has to be 30 days and it's considered as cool. All right, it can be like 45 days, 60 days, that depends on how you're going to define that. All right, then you have the archive tiers, and that's where it use if once it has reached to a point where you don't really access it very often, but in fact very seldom, but yet still can't delete this, you probably want to archive those. And usually where do we use this kind of stuff? Where do we use this hot, cool, archive? Is it possible for us to actually change between the tiers? Okay, can we change between the tiers from hot, then we move to cool, then from cool we move to archive? Is it possible? Yes, that's totally possible. Yeah, in that case, you have to deal with your life cycle. All right, your data life cycle. In this case, your file life cycle. In that case, all right. So when you have your file life cycle, your data life cycle over here, you can configure a condition. If you store in your blob, for example, you store as a blob in a container. Say, oh, this particular file hasn't been touched for the last, let's say, for 30 days, okay, which is now in the hot tier right now. It's not been touched for the last 30 days. Yeah, so because it's not been touched for the last 30 days, I'm going to move these files into the cool tier, okay, the cool storage, which is set as the cool tier. All right, so move it over there. So I can ensure that, it's not just to free up the space, but, not to clutter the environment. Okay, and of course, I can manage it better later on to do something with it. All right, so then I have it cool tier. Then from the cool tier, then it has reached certain condition. For example, you create the conditions. Oh, it's not being used for the past 70 days or 60 days whatsoever. Okay, and then you're gonna move it into the archive, or probably you want to delete it if you want. Okay, you can optionally delete it, or you wanna move it to the archive. So it depends on what is the condition to be met and what is the action you want to take. All right, so those are where you wanna choose, what you're gonna do with it. But first of all, you're gonna know where you're gonna access this, okay, and is it at account level, okay, or the blob storage level, okay, and what I'm gonna do with that. I'm gonna use it. Okay, so the supporting tiering for the storage account is at the account level. Okay, so you have the hot access tier, all right, and that is active use expected, okay, frequently accessed. All right, then you have the cool short-term backup, disaster recovery datasets, for example, old media, not so frequently accessed, all right, and then archive long-term backup. Okay, so some common questions. Should I use blob storage or GP version 2 storage accounts if I want to tier my data? Well, the better answer would be I'll use GP version 2 in most cases. All right. Well, even though in blob storage accounts you do have tiering options, but I'll use GP version 2 because in case where GP version 2 allows me not just data tiering, but later on we talk about the replication options over there. Okay, and also in terms like I can use this storage account to create any other type of storages too. All right, so it's more general purpose. Okay, so GP version 2, that will be my choice. Okay, in this case, and then next question: can I store objects in all three hot, cool, and archive access tiers at the same time? Yes, you can do that. All right, you can definitely do that. You can actually assign this particular storage to be hot, this storage to be cool, that storage to be archive. Okay, so you can actually have those available too. All right, then can I change the default access tier? Yeah, you can change that. Okay, you can always change that. So you want to, now it's configured as hot. You decided that you want to change the whole thing for this particular storage to become cool. Okay, you can always change that setting. Can I set my default account access tier to archive? No. Okay, only hot and cool access tiers may be set as default account access tier. Then do the blobs in the cool access tier behave differently than the ones in the hot access tiers? Now, in cases like this is that blobs in the hot access tiers have the same latency as blobs in GP version 1 and version 2, okay, and also the blob storage accounts. Blobs in the cool access tier have similar latency with the blobs in GP version 1 and version 2 as well. Okay, so so basically is that now there's a slight change in terms of let's say for example we want to create the storage type of storage. Yeah, if you realize that now we're going to create you want to set a storage account and you want to use the storage account to create your storages, you realize that by default you're given the choice of using GP version 2. Right, you're given the choice of GP version 2. It says, where's GP version 1? You got to do that manually after you create it. You can so-called downgrade. But basically, what you have in GP version 2, what you have in GP version 1, they're all being covered by GP version 2. So it's not that explicit configuration anymore. You can choose that I want to have GP version 1 or version 2. Straight away, you're given GP version 2 by default, and you also have the blob storage as well. But if you go for the premium, then you have a choice of using the file storage account and also the blob storage account. Okay, that's under the premium. All right. So default straight away you're given the GP version 2 storage account. Okay, and by default whatever that whatever type of blob storages that you create, okay, they are. You have the same latency both in GP version 1 and version 2. So, but the thing is that GP version 2 gives us a tad more convenience in terms of like playing around with the access tiers. All right, version 1 doesn't have that, and also the replication options are more if you use GP version 2 as well. Okay, so other operations among the hot, cool, and archive tiers the same? Yeah, I think we've mentioned about that. Yeah, operations are all 100% consistent. Okay, it's just that how long do you want to stay, how long do you want to keep that information there. So how do you recommend storage management tools in this case? Oh, probably have to discuss as well, okay, over here in terms of using the storages. So where do we use storages? For example, like the blob storages like this, because most of the time, okay, the one which is more dynamic and flexible, okay, is by using the blob storage rather than the file share. Yeah, file share is common. Okay, it's common when we actually have on-prem kind of environment. Okay, but in terms of like flexibility wise, in terms of storage wise, a storage type is using the blob containers, the blob storage. Okay, why? Because number one, we know that there's no capacity in size. There's no size capacity. There's no limit in capacity. All right, so we don't care. You don't have to worry. Oh, it's not enough space. And I got to increase this. I got to expand my this. I got to do what? So you don't have to worry about that. That's all being solved for you. All right, so you just want to find out how am I going to use this guy right now. Number two, accessibility. All right, so yes, I can actually connect to my file share. All right, using file shares, I can connect using. I have to use my SMB. Okay, but blob storages, I can attach onto my virtual machines directly as the disk. Yes, you can do that. All right. So you have an option. I still need to have my OSDs. Don't get me wrong. Okay, because when you create the virtual machine, you still have an access. You still have an OS disk. All right, but you can also have a disk, okay, to be attached to your so-called disk attached to the virtual machine, which is at the back of it is basically a blob storage. Okay, instead of using an actual disk itself. Okay, so that gives you another convenience over there, but of course, in terms of performance-wise, it will not be as good as using your VHD disk. Okay, but you have an option where you don't worry about the storage where there's a limited size into it. Okay, so your blob storage gives you that convenience, and at the same time, your blob storages, okay, can be connected to your applications, your web apps. All right, it can be used as a storage for your backups, all right, for your SQL, all right, for many kind of situations. So it's really flexible by using blob storages, okay, as compared to use the file storage method. All right, so blob storage is the way to go. So tools for working with Azure storage. All right, so what is the tool that we use? Is recommended to use. Okay, this gives you convenience, flexibility, and ease of use. So you have the Storage Explorer. Okay, you have the Storage Explorer. So the Storage Explorer is that's the one that you want to use, right? So that's the one that is offline. Well, you have the offline version and the online version, basically. Okay, the online version is, they still put it into the preview. Okay, but yeah, you still have the online version. This in the web is specifically accessed through your storage account. Okay, because if you look under the web portion, okay, that is that Storage Explorer will be looking into the storages that you have created just for that storage account alone. So if you have a different storage account, you go to that storage account, access that Storage Explorer, and those storages have been created by the storage account are there. But if you use the offline version, you got to install onto your machine. Okay, log into Azure, okay, through the Storage Explorer, and then you can see all sort of storages, all sort of storage accounts are all there. Of course, they have been categorized under different storage accounts, but you can see all the storage accounts that you've created, and you can access all the storages you can see from that. All right, now Windows will be using the Storage Explorer. But if you actually have the Linux version, like a Linux platform, then you can still download the Storage Explorer, but you have to access it from the Snap Store. Okay, you download from that and install it. Okay, so you have the portal, yes, and you have if you are using the Windows Cloud Explorer, okay, Visual Studio Cloud Explorer, you can access the storage as well from that. All right, so you have to use your Visual Studio in that case. Basically, that is some understanding that we need to know, okay, about the storages. Okay, and basically it's more on choosing the storage account. Now, besides this, I want to add on as well in terms of like the replication that comes together with the storage account. All right, because that is really important, and it's kind of also the deciding factor, okay, on what kind of storages and what kind of storage account that we want to use. Okay, because the replicating options over there, okay, will determine how redundant and resilient our storage is going to be. Okay, for example, if you could remember, all right, the type of replications that we have. So we have let me have my pen again. Pen. Okay, so we have the LRS. Okay, and LRS is local redundant storage, which is 3 copies. Okay, 3 copies in the same data center. Okay, same data center. 3 copies in the same data center. All right, LRS. And this is the least resilient one, because anything happens to the data center, it went kaboom, that's kaboom. There's no other protection that you have. All right, so that's LRS. Okay, so 3 copies, different racks, okay, different fault domains, okay, but also in the same data center as well. Okay, so that's LRS. Then you have the ZRS. Okay, that is 3 copies but dispersed in 3 different data centers. Okay, so you have 3 different data centers, and there are 3 copies in 3 different data centers. That's the ZRS in the same region, still in the same region. All right. So in case that you have one of the virtual machine or one of the data centers goes down, okay, or probably one of the racks, okay, goes down, you still have a copy in a different data center. All right, that's ZRS. Then you have the GRS. Okay, the GRS over here. So this is where you go to, you have the interzone. Okay, yeah, sorry, interzone. You have the interregion. Okay, so you have a partnering region, and depending on where you're coming from, okay, so which region you are coming from, you have specific list of partnering regions to choose from. All right, so that is to create a replica copy, okay, or replica of your data in a different region, another 3 copies in different region. All right, so that's GRS. Now then you have the GZRS. Okay, now this is to make it a little bit even more resilient. So this is 3 copies from region 1 to region 2. Yeah, 3 copies here. Okay, sorry, 3 copies here, 3 copies here. Okay, but GZRS is that it's a combination, okay, of zone redundant storage with your geo redundant storage as well. Okay, so geo redundant storage is that you could be coming from one data center in this region 1, and then is a different region over here, you have another copy in a different data center. Okay, so it's not dispersed in different data centers, it's just that the region is the different region. All right, you have a different region over here. But GZRS is that you have, okay, you have let's say 1, 2, 3, you have 3 copies of this data center, 3 copies data center, this DC, and just 3 copies of this DC. And then after that, you're gonna have this to replicate again in 3 different data centers and different DCs. Okay, so it's dispersed between data centers, and again, you have replica copy in a different region with the same setting. All right, so this gives you more resiliency, okay, in terms compared to the rest of it. But remember, the more that you copy, the more copies that you have, the more expensive it becomes, right? Yeah, more expensive there it's going to be. Now then, over here, there's 2 versions over here, these 2 type of replication options they have. They have the RA, okay, the read access GRS or GZRS. Now, why is there such a thing? Now, depending on the criticality of your application, right? So if, let's say, for example, you have an application, okay, and it's depending on the storage very much, for example, and the storage or the application, whichever, okay, both probably went down, right? So you want to use so you know you have a copy in using GRS, okay, or GZRS, but because this is actually an asynchronous synchronization, asynchronous replication, all right? So, and the other side is on standby, all right, it's on standby. So you've got to manually initialize this replica copy in order to work. Okay, so when this goes down, for example, your primary site goes down, your primary region goes down, you got to go over to your secondary to enable this. All right, or you have to wait for Microsoft to trigger this to run. So it's not automatic. Okay, it's not like, you know, this one goes down, you know, the other side you can just access straight away seamlessly. No, you've got to go over that, go with that region and enable that. Okay, so if you're on a critical application, really, really critical, well, that could be an issue. All right, so that's where RA comes in. All right, RA is that, you know, the other side is, well, the primary site goes down, you can still access the secondary site without doing any intervention, without doing any interaction with it. Okay, but of course it's just a read access. Okay, but still you still can access that storage straight away. Okay, you don't have to worry that, you know, you have to go over and then you got to initialize it. Okay, and you know things could happen in between. So RA comes into the picture. Okay, so that is the RA version. So both of RA is both available for your GRS and also your GZRS. Okay, so is that for any critical application that it needs to have that, you know, failover and still access the storage information, RA will be the way to go. All right. Right, so there you go. That's just that little bit about the that storage. All right, are there any questions that you have in mind? Okay, Sham is me too back in 15.
Sorry, one question here, Ivan. So
yes,
will it be possible that once you opted for any storage type, like account type, like general purpose or premium, you can change it in the later phase?
No, you can't.
You need to delete it.
Sorry, you mean that you are using, let's say, GP version 2, then you want to change it to something else?
Yeah.
Yes. That's available. That is available.
Yeah.
You can do that. You can do that.
Yes. So what we can't do is this tier, correct?
Sorry?
I think you mentioned something, okay, on that notes that the general questions that usually the questions that are asked, that what basically we can't do once we opted for that service type. It's a blob.
That is your account access. Your account access. So which means that the account that you use, the default account access to your archive. All right. So that is that you can't set that default account. Yeah. So which means that I want to have a specific account. In this case, your service principal account, for example. I'm going to have one specific account to actually access the type of storage. No, you can't. Yeah, you can actually have a default. You can, it's possible to assign, let's say, who has access to this storage. Yes, you can do that. But I want to have, let's say, just default account, this particular default Azure AD account to actually access this storage. No. All right, so you can't have that.
Okay, got it. Yeah, thanks, Evan. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, so if there are no other questions, all right, if you know other questions, then we'll call it a day. All right, so today, oh, it's 4:15. Yeah, we're gonna call it a day. It's not enough time for me to touch on to the next topic. Yeah, so but again, any last questions? Yeah, I'll take any other questions if you have anything in mind. Okay.
Even
yes.
just one thing about this common questions. Do you have, because maybe we'll forget it again because we are not using it much. So do we have answers on this notes that has been provided to us?
It's in SkillPipe. It's in SkillPipe.
Awesome. So the answers of that as well. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Thanks.
No problem. Okay, so I guess we'll call it a day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 9. And we're going to start off with a new chapter.
Thanks, Evan.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Evan.
Have a
good. Thank you. Bye.
Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you.